Spoiler warnings for up until chapter 1105. Long story short, I watched a bunch of video essays, got hooked on One Piece again, and binged the chapters in roughly 2 weeks. The hype factor for the series is infectious. Last time I was actively caught up, we were at the end of Dressrosa with the birdcage closing in. Beyond that, I did know roughly what happened in Zoe, Whole Cake, and Wano, but not having read the chapters myself, I hadn't experienced the details and original context. So those arcs were new experiences this time around. I'll point out a few things I noticed upon reread in each saga, and doubtless I'll have more to say on the later arcs, but I won't be summarizing the plot, since a lot of videos already do that really well. I'll link a few fun arc reaction/summary videos from others in the description, but let's get into it with East Blue arc notes.
He's made a rubber!
How did that happen?
Yo ho ho, he took a bite of gum gum!
In Chapter 1, Shanks' crew are talking about piracy to Luffy, and they say, best of all, pirates have freedom. A lot of pirates, including Luffy, have internalized the sentiment, and it's a lovely detail which I never realized was so clearly stated from the very first chapter of the series. It makes Luffy's statement later, the one who is the most free is the Pirate King, in chapter 507, even more powerful. We'll theorize about the nature of the One Piece treasure near the end of this video, but there is one theory that the One Piece is a symbolic drink of sake, and if that turns out to be correct, it would be so cool to look back on the scene where Shanks essentially offers the mountain bandit who threatened him a bottle of alcohol and realize Shanks essentially offered this rando the greatest treasure in the world, the chance to drink together and form a bond. It would just be such a satisfying realization if it were the case. I was taking screenshots throughout my entire reread to assemble theories at the end, so when I talk about certain panels, I will put them on screen. Sorry if they're hard to read though, copyright stuff, you know the drill. Very soon after his introduction, Shanks says pirates don't play by the rules, and that sentiment is later restated by other pirates like Crocodile. I wonder if this hints to future morally gray actions. Both Yonko Luffy has fought so far have been powerhouses, sort of physical tanks of stamina and strength. So I almost wonder if Shanks will be contrasted as a bit more of an intellectual fighter, like manipulation, strategy, and tactics, etc. Granted, we have already seen that he is a powerhouse with hockey, so his confrontation with Luffy might just be a physical fight, but it could be fun if the lead up to that fight features Shanks manipulating the game board to show us, the audience at least, how powerful he really is on more than just the physical level. One of my favorite panels from the intro scene, though, is Shanks calling Luffy his friend when saving the boy from bandits, and the look on young Luffy's face as he realizes Shanks considers him a friend. That sentence meant so much to him. At the end of the day, you really get the sense connection is so important to him in the modern story because he's a kid who knows what loneliness feels like. Picking up on these early details made Sabaody and post-war hit so much harder this time around. Little Garden is kind of underrated, to be honest. Had an absolute blast rereading it and traveling with Vivi again and meeting Baroque Works and all their goofy members. This might be controversial, but Little Garden is probably my favorite early One Piece island. Not only is it connected to the overarching story of the saga, but there's this fantastic and grand sense of adventure. Dinosaurs, giants, baddies of the week with fun powers. It's just got everything a shonen fan could dream of. And the fact that we're still hyped for Elbaf, an island set up by events in Little Garden. Wild. What other manga can foreshadow a major plot location like that and maintain simmering hype for it for decades at this point? Also, did I mention there's dinosaurs? Because there's dinosaurs. Super extra gold-plated bonus points for Usopp stealing my heart in Little Garden as well. He's great on the island. He's great in Alabasta too. People who don't like him until Dressrosa are sleeping on him because he's fantastic. Even early on in the series, his chemistry with the crew is so sweet too. He gets along swimmingly with Nami, Luffy, Zoro. Greatly enjoyed all their silly little interactions. One major potentially plot-relevant detail I picked up on this time in Alabasta was Crocodile's serious trust issues. Look at how many times he talks about trust being overrated, never trusting anyone, idealism being for fools, and the importance of power. Probably one of my favorite Croc moments is when he's lifting Vivi up by the throat and absolutely projecting onto her. The stuff he's saying, only those with true power can afford to have ideals. Bro, that's kinda sad. He talks about training to improve his devil fruit powers, he's looking for the Pluton. Essentially, Croc is trying to gain this true power he's talking about. Why? So he can afford to have ideals again, right? So he can have ambition again. So he can trust others again. He feels like he needs a nuke in his pocket before he can open up to people again. Who hurt you? Who hurt you? Since Croc is a powerful player in the current pirate world and his secret with Iva is still a mystery, I have some high hopes for where his character arc is heading, and we'll talk more about it during the character analysis section. Vivi's speech at the end of Alabasta not only provided our first major foreshadowing moment that the Straw Hats and Luffy are symbolic of the sun, but it's also beautiful in so many respects. Vivi's a great speaker, and I hope we get to hear another rousing speech from her before the end of the series. Maybe one where she's calling the people of Alabasta to action against the world government or something. Sky Island. Luffy and Blackbeard's meeting on Jaya is easily one of the best pro-tag villain first meetings in anything ever. I have nearly every single page of the scene saved to pore over. It's a masterpiece. Just chills every single time you read it. From the bar scene to the all-white double-page spread of Blackbeard yelling, "People's dreams don't ever end," to Luffy's cold reaction. It's unsettling in the best way. Is Blackbeard the only character in the entire series to fail Luffy's vibe check and continuously fail it badly? Luffy won't even talk to him. Look at his face when Blackbeard's speaking. The disrespect is palpable, and it's made even more terrifying by the fact that Luffy's usually such a friendly, goofy dude. And this time through, I picked up on the incredibly important plot point where Luffy says, "It's not just one guy," and Zoro responds, "There's more than one, ... I think." Was rolling around like an electrocuted fish after reading that page, because how did I not understand that the first time through? Blackbeard confused me for 8 years, but the answer is literally right there on the page in the first scene he appears in. How does he have 2 devil fruit powers? He's got multiple souls or something. It says it right there. At least I get it now. At least I get it. Luffy meets one of them in the bar where they have what almost looks like a typical shonen rivalry. Luffy looks ready to challenge him to an eating contest or something. They're at odds, but it doesn't feel serious. When they meet again on the street outside the bar, Blackbeard has switched personalities. The personalities seem able to communicate information to each other because he says, "This cherry pie really is the best," as if it was something told to him and then he had to confirm the taste himself. This second personality or soul is bad news. Luffy looks at him and instantly looks deadly serious. I don't know what read Luffy got on him, but it was not good. For the rest of the scene, he stares past Blackbeard without saying a single word until Blackbeard gets the message, realizes he's not fooling Luffy, and leaves. Zoro's attempt to defuse the situation and then him side-eyeing Luffy afterward to gauge his captain's reaction is scary too, just knowing the type of person Zoro usually is. The tension in that scene, it was like watching a powder keg moments before disaster. Then in chapter 236, when Blackbeard and Luffy meet again at the knock-up stream, Luffy recognizes Blackbeard and immediately alerts Zoro, as if indicating they should be on guard. This is before Blackbeard speaks, and they're pretty far away, so Luffy probably can't tell which soul is in control. Then Blackbeard yells out, "We're gonna take that 100 million berry head of yours, give up." And Luffy immediately warms back up to him, talking back and asking if his bounty really is that high. I think it's safe to assume this is Blackbeard's first personality again, the one Luffy met in the bar. Also, an interesting detail to note, the cover story of this chapter is titled, "I Wouldn't Die, Even If You Killed Me," which may be foreshadowing that Blackbeard has multiple lives to match his multiple souls. Maybe he'll need to be killed thrice for it to stick. In the introduction of Blackbeard's crew, we note an overarching obsession with reactive concepts. Doc Q talks about luck, Blackbeard talks about fate, and Van Augur talks about the world being a cyclical wheel where what's meant to happen will happen. In contrast to the Straw Hats, who proactively pursue their goals, Blackbeard's crew, as introduced here, seems more patient, opportunistic, almost reminiscent of scavengers, vultures of a sort. So far, his views on fate have served him well, but I wonder if this concept and the flaws of his reactionary worldview is going to be explored in the future. And last, but certainly not least, let's talk about chapter 234 and the member of Blackbeard's crew who scares me the most, aside from him, Lafitte. First of all, this chapter is titled, "Please Remember." Yeah, okay, Oda, we're paying attention. This is the chapter where Sengoku, Suru, Kuma, Doflamingo, and Mihawk are having a meeting in Marijois to discuss the next warlord. We can agree those are some powerful people, right? So how in the world does this pasty twig of a man land on the windowsill of their conference room 5 feet away from a master of observation hockey, completely undetected? He had the fleet admiral shouting, "How did you get in here?" He had always in control Doflamingo going, "Huh?" He had Mr. Hawk's eyes himself caught off guard. Bro, what? That's not an introduction you give any random lackey. That's an introduction you give to a dangerous and important character. Suru even says Lafitte was notorious for being a brutal cop back in the day. For what reason would an authority figure like that start running carrier pigeon messages for an unknown at the time pirate? There's something unnerving about the scene and about Lafitte, especially once we find out he can hypnotize people later during the Summit War. Hypnosis is a plot device power, so Lafitte is a pretty valuable piece for Oda, and we'll probably get some payoff regarding him in the final saga. In Skypiea, we meet Eneru, and everything about him is iconic. Eneru frying everyone to a crisp was great, him taking Nami along just because was great, and the scene where Luffy declares his ambition to become King of the Seas and Eneru respects it. Amazing. I love Eneru so much as a character, and if we can't go on a moon adventure, which, please Oda, come on, it'd be so fun. I hope we at least get an update panel in the finale and see him thriving one last time, just unbothered and vibing on the moon, surrounded by all his little robot mole people.
Oh, the wind carries my name. It's inside of your heart.
Water 7. There are two concepts introduced in Long Ring Long Land which have the potential to be significant going forward. One is the idea rising tides or ocean levels can separate land masses and settlements, making it more difficult for people to connect and reach one another. Two is the idea of the Davy Back fight as a way for pirate crews to face off against one another. Payoff for either idea would be super satisfying, especially since the island gets a lot of hate due to the anime's filler and stretching for pacing stalling. In Water 7, Iceberg says, "It won't matter if the one who possesses it is just or evil. The result will be the same. You can't expect weapons to bring peace to the world of mankind," in reference to the Pluton. And then later, Kokoro refers to the blueprints as things that don't belong in this or any world. At this point in the story, I was getting major the ancient weapons were meant to represent weapons of mass destruction vibes. But then, later in the series, we meet Shirahoshi, who is also an ancient weapon, but one seemingly able to do good. So I'm not sure if Oda's original intent with the weapons has shifted, or if he's always meant what Iceberg and Kokoro said here in Water 7 to be their subjective opinions on the matter. Due to Frankie's storyline with his battle Frankies in this arc, perhaps it's the latter, but Kokoro's words are especially sharp, and I wonder if they foreshadow all three weapons' powers will be no more by the end of the series, because a world at peace won't have any further need for weapons of war. Eni's lobby being situated above a gigantic, mysterious hole in the ocean is another detail I somehow missed the first time around, but seems maybe important, just a little bit. Also, the fact there's never nightfall on the island. In Eni's lobby, we also get some of our first real information about the nature of devil fruits. Bluno says, "What you're talking about is an example of a fool who ate two. His body fractured until there was nothing left of it and he died." Lucci says, "Greedy fools destroy themselves. You can't imagine the curse incurred by consuming a second one." Perhaps foreshadowing Blackbeard won't be coming out of his endeavors unscathed. And lastly, Kaku says, "It's not a fruit of this world. I sense a strange power, something like gravity." Later we learn Kaku's fruit is a giraffe fruit and has nothing to do with gravity. So what I'm getting from this is Every single devil fruit has a weird gravity-like aura to it, or at least a feeling of something inevitable, like gravity. The concept is reminding me of how other concepts can be designated universal forces in fiction. For example, in JoJo's, the concept of fate is a universal force which acts a lot like gravity. Fate is a law of the universe which governs what happens and why in that manga. For One Piece, it's possible another law of the universe exists which helps explain why things are the way they are. Maybe something like dreams. Kaku could be picking up on the fact devil fruits are manifested dreams, and dreams are something inevitable in One Piece, like how gravity is inevitable on Earth. So something like gravity is the closest way he could describe it. Maybe that's too confusing for One Piece, but I quite like the idea. Another interesting detail, in Robin's flashback, Nico Olivia says every scholar known in Ohara will be eliminated. Later we see the world government eliminating everyone on the island, not just the scholars. But was every scholar of Ohara on the island at the time of the Buster Call? Since Nico Olivia's research team establishes a precedent for scholars leaving the island on research voyages, this leaves an opening for some scholars to have survived Ohara by not being there when the Navy showed up. Introducing an old survivor later in the series may not be necessary, since we saw the books were saved, but it's a possibility if both Punk records and the books are destroyed, or if someone needs another poneglyph reader. In Post Ennie's lobby, during his fight with Ace, Blackbeard reveals his darkness can absorb the effects of other devil fruits, essentially rendering a fruit user powerless. Going along with the devil fruit powers are the powers of dreams theory. Perhaps the reasoning behind his nullification ability is it's difficult to dream when all seems lost and hopeless, when one is in the dark and can't see the sun. This seems a little overpowered, but since it's a symbolic ability, it gets a pass. He then says, the sun or the darkness, only one of us will win, setting a character who represents the sun as his natural enemy. At this point, we were led to believe Ace was the sun in question since he has fire powers, but now we know the sun is Luffy. So since Luffy is Blackbeard's natural opposite, and the darkness fruit has the ability to nullify devil fruit powers, I wonder if by the end of the series, Luffy's sun fruit will have the ability to amplify devil fruit powers to bolster dreams. Thriller Bark. In Thriller Bark, we're introduced to the detail that salt embodies the power of the ocean, which is why throwing salt at zombies animated by Moria's devil fruit dispels or weakens the fruit's effects. I don't think this has come up since, but salt could be used to buy a couple precious seconds in a battle if it works on other fruits' powers, which it should by this logic. It'd probably be more efficient for non-fruit fighters to just carry around a piece of sea stone, but salt is cheap and I'd imagine easier to acquire. Just imagine if Shinobu, for example, packed a bunch of salt under her clothes or something during the fight with Green Bull. Surely that would have at least caused the vine to recoil momentarily, giving her a chance to slip out of its grip. Or Usopp could shoot a salt star and momentarily weaken a foe. Setting aside possible applications, though, Moria's devil fruit powers will likely show up again in the future since Perona probably just completed her rescue mission of him from full lead. And if Blackbeard already killed him, even more so, because that would mean one of his goons has Moria's powers. Regardless, if we start seeing zombies again, we just have to remember to stock up on some salt. Alright, first critique of the series. Some things just do not make sense without magic, or at least a magic-like explanation. What I'm referring to here is specifically Vivre cards. The concept is super cute in that it's basically a low-powered person compass, but how in the world do they work when all it seems to be is paper pulp and toenail clippings? How does that equate to a magical sheet of paper that can detect lifespan regardless of distance and even regenerate after burning up? Another in-universe detail that doesn't seem possible without magic is Miss Goldenweek's power back in the Alabasta saga. Oda confirmed in an SBS that she doesn't have devil fruit powers and states her paint basically hypnotizes people through the power of suggestion. And yeah, that doesn't make any sense since we've seen her paint affect someone even though the symbol was drawn on their back and they had no way of seeing it. We've also seen her affect inanimate objects. Details like this simply confuse me since One Piece is a world with multiple power systems, mythical creatures, and whimsy. What can't be explained through devil fruits or fantasy racial traits can usually be explained with science or even advanced technology. So certain details like this having no or poor explanations can be immersion breaking. For every critique, I'll offer a rewrite or headcanon to fix the issue, but I want to emphasize just because I go to Lowe's, buy a bag of concrete, and clumsily try to patch up a pothole, that doesn't mean there weren't holes in the road originally. One Piece is not a perfect series. It has its flaws, just like any other piece of media. It's a lot of fun dissecting details and praising strengths. So naturally, I also have to point out where there is room for improvement. For Miss Goldenweek's power, it should have just been a devil fruit. That is the easiest and most natural solution. Another would be to make sure it only works when the affected person sees the painted symbol if Oda is adamant about the hypnosis-like effect. Then we venture into headcanon territory for a final attempt at an explanation, which is willpower manifests in the One Piece world like magic and actively affects people and situations. It could be the basis for how hockey works even. In that case, Miss Goldenweek would be pouring her willpower to affect someone into her painted symbol, and because that will is so strong, the person is moved to comply with her wishes. This would solve some issues, but then create others, because why would Luffy, whose willpower is extraordinary, be affected by hers? Willpower being magic is a pretty good explanation of Vivre cards, though. It even helps cover how Big Mom's Vivre card scrap scared homies into compliance later in Whole Cake as well. The only change I'd make if this is meant to be the canon explanation for Vivre cards is show that making one is a willpower involved process with the person the card is linked to. Instead of nail clippings, maybe show willpower or hockey or determination of some sort being poured into the paper as it's being made. Summit War. Not sure how it's pronounced, but it sounds like they're saying Sabondi in the subs, so I'll just go with that. In Sabondi, we learn Arlong was captured by the Navy along with some of his dudes, and following that, Luffy causes a major breakout in Impel Down, the Navy prison, so it's entirely possible he escaped in the chaos. Arlong is the only East Blue villain we haven't seen return that I'm hoping to see again. While Kuro is cool, it makes a lot of sense if he settled down somewhere. Arlong, on the other hand's personality isn't really conducive for that. Later in Fishman Island, we meet Madame Charlie, Arlong's sister, so there's an opportunity for a bit of a redemption arc for him. Maybe he returns to Fishman Island to recoup his numbers for revenge, but ends up staying to help protect the place and his sister from various groups who come to attack it. This would help prevent the Straw Hats from having to backtrack if enemies attack to try and get Shirahoshi or something. Seeing Kid and Law's Sabaody designs again was so nostalgic. Look at them all young and untraumatized by post-time skip. Kid still has his arm and dewy moisturizer commercial skin. Law still shops at Hot Topic and models his makeup after salad fingers. It was so fun watching Oda feed them through the meat grinder after this, but the beginning of Law, Luffy, and Kid's schoolboy rivalry in Sabaody is always hype as well. The 700-year bridge construction project that Robin was sent to by Kuma is real interesting. It's probably just to add to the Celestial Dragon's growing list of atrocities, showing they'll work people to death for this pointless project, but since it's described as a bridge that will connect the islands, I almost wonder if it could be seized by revolutionaries and repurposed as a connecting loop around the globe to contrast the dividing loop of the Red Line. Where walls separate people, bridges can connect people, right? When Blackbeard and Luffy meet in Impel Down in chapter 543, it's not as easy to tell which personality is out in which scene. Jinbei yells at Blackbeard for turning in Ace, and Blackbeard says, "You're getting mad at the wrong man," probably implying this Blackbeard is personality 2 and personality 1 was the one who defeated Ace. Or it could be the other way around, but regardless, that's more proof there's at least 2 of them. If we get confirmation one personality is limited to one devil fruit, it'd be a lot easier to tell them apart. But if any of the 3 can use any of the 3 powers, then it's going to be tough, especially going forward. Okay, here's my best guess, assuming one personality is limited to one power. Blackbeard shows up using his darkness power as personality 1, and then immediately switches to personality 2, who responds to Jinbei. Luffy confronts him and remembers his words on the street in Jaya, and as Blackbeard keeps talking, Luffy stops responding, looking serious. Luffy punches personality 2, who slams into the ground, and switches to personality 1, who uses his darkness power to cancel Luffy's devil fruit and slam him into the ground in turn. The battle is put on hold as the warden shows up, and Luffy yells at personality 1 that he's going to rescue Ace no matter what. As Blackbeard and Luffy walk away from each other, he switches personalities again and says, "Sky Island existed, didn't it?" There's a flashback to Street Blackbeard's speech, and he makes another grand declaration. It's the same with the One Piece. It definitely exists. Luffy, in response, just like last time, doesn't offer him a reply, just stares at him like he's dangerous and he can't afford to take his eyes off him. Then, at the end of chapter 544, Magellan attacks him, and Blackbeard doesn't use darkness to cancel his powers. He gets poisoned and has to be saved. Why? Well, I think personality 2 Street Blackbeard doesn't have access to a devil fruit power yet in this scene. The first couple switches are guesses on my part, but I'm pretty confident about the last two scenes. Personality 2 was switched in when Luffy started walking away, and he immediately felt the bad vibes again. I don't know what or who Personality 2 is, but he's scary if he can draw a reaction like that out of Luffy. Going into Marineford, let me read you Dofi's speech word for word because he is an awful little flamingo, but man can he speak. Kids who have never known peace and kids who have never known war have completely different ideas of right and wrong. It's the job of those at the top to decide what's good and what's evil. Right now, it could go either way. Justice will prevail? Of course it will, because the side of justice will be whichever side wins. Bro, okay, gold star earned. In a few powerful sentences, he nails precisely the conflict that's about to play out and overarches the entire series. Pirates versus Marines. There is no objective right and wrong, because the victors will write history. Also, bonus points to Dofi for propositioning Crocodile in the middle of a freaking global war, only to be turned down with a "get lost, you blasted flamingo." Absolutely hilarious. Say what you want about the man, but booty call at a public event being streamed around the world on national television. He's got some balls for that. Speaking of Croc, some great moments for him here too, especially love the panel where he's visibly shaken that Whitebeard was mortally wounded. You can tell he has a lot of respect for the man, even though he was defeated by him. And even Iva and Jinbei are caught off guard by the amount of emotion Croc's showing. In response, Whitebeard thinks, "But you expect too much of me. I'm just one man with one heart." And I wonder if that's foreshadowing to Blackbeard having 3 hearts in addition to 3 souls. Marco does also say later Blackbeard's body is odd, so it may not just be his head which is abnormal. Absolutely shameless Blackbeard moment though, when he said, "Stop, Pops, I'm your son, right? You're not really gonna kill me?" Moments before gutting Whitebeard like a fish and taking his devil fruit as he'd planned all along. There's a possibility this was Personality 3, but I prefer the explanation Blackbeard just lies, that he manipulates people without remorse. I mean, he did force a bunch of prisoners to kill each other in a messed up worm toxin ceremony to earn their freedom, so... Also, that level 6 prison break released a bunch of other unaccounted for prisoners into the world, which Oda could use to introduce a new, dangerous character later. I kept a specific eye out this time around to see if Croc noticeably changed his attitude toward Luffy after it was announced to the world he's Dragon's son, and didn't really get the impression he did. If anything, it seems Marineford and Luffy reawakened his own long dormant dreams and ambitions, which is why by the end of the arc he respects Luffy enough to protect him. And last Marineford note, despite the continued mentions of fate and luck in One Piece, it never feels like Luffy will become Pirate King because he's a chosen one stereotype. If anything, Ace was more of a chosen one than him. Ace was the son of the Pirate King. He was born on the first day of the year, almost as if signaling the start of a new era. His flame fruit is literal heat and warmth, just like the sun. But he didn't want anything grand. All he wanted to know was if he should have been born. Let me phrase it like this. It feels like the world of One Piece has been desperately trying to find its savior for 800 years. It tried with Roger, it tried with Whitebeard, it tried with Ace, and I'm sure it tried with dozens, maybe hundreds of people before that. And after so long, with so many communities nearing their breaking points, these stars just happen to be aligning with Luffy, but it's never felt like a guarantee. So many times in the series, Luffy has almost died, and that light of hope has almost been snuffed out. Certainly, Luffy will be the one to become Pirate King and help the world, but at no point has his journey felt unearned. And that can be tough to achieve, especially in shonen where fun action and escapism are big draws. Looking back, giving Luffy a rock bottom low point with the Summit War was a fantastic writing decision to simultaneously ground things and encourage hype for post-time skip events. That doesn't make it any less painful, of course, especially seeing how he's struggling in the post-war arc, but in hindsight, it just makes everything feel more worth it, more powerful. Fishman Island. Easily my favorite moment of this arc was the reveal of Hody's emptiness. The Fishman racism allegory can be a little ham-fisted at times, like, did we really need a reverse KKK? But Oda nailed the heart of the matter with Hody. When Shirahoshi's brother said, "Why can't you understand, Hody Jones? You're weaker than anyone on this island." Powerful. Won't lie though, the blood transfusion moment could use a little editing, especially since it was the star moment of the entire saga, like the landmark moment. Cut out the Sanji nosebleed thing. It wasn't necessary additional foreshadowing. Tiger Fisher's backstory was enough. Also, maybe it was just the manga, but it felt like Luffy didn't lose that much blood in the fight. We've seen Luffy beat to hell and back before without needing a blood transfusion. Since this was fresh off the time skip, they could have worked in a plot point along the lines of one of the fishmen he fought used an anticoagulant, perhaps a naturally secreted compound, or was just playing dirty by coating a weapon in black market chemicals, so Luffy's wounds weren't closing. That way, despite not taking that much damage, there could have been one or two lines like, "He's bleeding a lot," or "Haha, the boss fight's dirty," to make the blood transfusion seem more earned. Later, after Whole Cake, Luffy gets hooked up to some blood bags, reinforcing the idea he can need blood, and at that point it makes more sense because the enemies he fights are extremely powerful by then.
Skill issue.
Dressrosa. I love how you can see the gears in Law's brain frantically turning once he encounters Luffy on Punk Hazard. Luffy is friendly, Law tries to push him away. Luffy doubles down that he essentially owes Law for helping him out after the Summit War. Law broods, struggling with his conscience, and then he decides to use Luffy. He bluffs that the goal of their alliance is to take down Kaido, and Luffy accepts, even after Law gives him 2 more opportunities to back out. And pretty much immediately, Law realizes he's in over his head, and it's hilarious. both Usopp and Sanji giving warnings. The chopper hat scene, amazing. Law makes a great straight man to contrast the Straw Hat's humor. Also, just realized that during Law's alliance proposal, he was literally standing on the edge of a cliff with nowhere left to turn. Law was probably attempting to show he had the high ground by standing there and putting on an act, but we as the audience can see he's the one with his back to a cliff. He's the one who needs their help. It might be one of my favorite scenes. Top 10 for sure. All right, let's talk about Mr. Zoro. That fight, heavy emphasis on the quotation marks, with Monet was probably one of his lowest moments in the series. Dude, what was he doing? Just look at these panels. Tashigi calling Zoro out on his flaws, Zoro dismissing her, and then not finishing off Monet just because she's a woman, proving Tashigi's point. And then his audacity to act like he didn't do anything wrong and talk down to her afterwards. I can't emphasize enough that Zoro's misogyny almost got the entire crew killed on this island. If Law hadn't had the foresight to switch Smoker and Monet's hearts, Monet would have blown up the entire island of Punk Hazard. We were a fraction of a moment from disaster because Zoro couldn't put aside his weird personal hangups and fight Monet the same way he fights his other enemies. Zoro honestly owes Tashigi an apology for this scene in the form of a good battle because he had no right to treat her like that. With Sanji, his inability to fight women in battle is understood by both others and himself to be a personal weakness of his, but a weakness which comes from a place of love for his father Zeph and a respect for the old-fashioned lessons Zeph taught him. Nami and Robin tagging him out in Annie's lobby and Wano comes with a sort of exasperated affection, and both Sanji himself and we as the audience understand this weakness is a part of who he is. The tone of these scenes is very different from the tone of Zoro's scenes, which leave us honestly frustrated, especially since the man can't admit he even has a flaw. In chapter 1035, during his fight with King, the Lunarian says Zoro's biologically incapable of defeating him, and Zoro responds, "There's nothing I hate more than weak excuses," which some interpret as the culmination of this plot point and think Zoro has overcome his Quina issue, but I disagree. We never see any real reflection or understanding apart from this one line, and I think a genuine fight against Tashigi would be a much more satisfying climax, since she's how the issue was introduced way back in Logtown. But maybe being on the receiving end of King's declaration of superiority started some gears turning in that muscle-bound head of Zoro's. Maybe he can think about his actions and words a little more going forward. Punk Hazard is our introduction to the concept of artificial gigantification, which continues to come up in future arcs. Many parties in the One Piece world seem obsessed with the idea of giants and gigantifying things. Apparently, various forms of gigantification research have been tested for hundreds of years by various parties. Big Mom invested a lot of funding to have Caesar develop a method for it, and the world government is known to employ giants, going so far as to buy them from slave traders like Mother Caramel. Previously, I would have dismissed this thread as, oh, it makes sense, since big equals powerful soldiers, but after the reveal of Emu's icebox giant straw hat, I started wondering if perhaps the concept of megafauna is going to be relevant to One Piece. As in, perhaps 900 years ago, many of the races which lived in the One Piece world were much larger than they are today due to a thriving planet, more land, and more resources. There are canonically dinosaurs in the series, so perhaps there were other gigantic species like the species Nika or Joy Boy were a member of as well. Do we really need that to explain why the hat is so big? No. Maybe Nika could just gum balloon himself to be giant, but hey, megafauna are cool. I gotta jump at any excuse to make dinosaurs plot relevant. Another one of my favorite pages, though, is this one, which hints Law has a habit of shouldering all the burdens of his crew, while Luffy trusts his people to handle things when Usopp and Nami offered to shoot down Baby Five and Buffalo. Also, Law's reaction to the party? Gold. By the end of Punk Hazard, he laughs and essentially tells Smoker he's realized Luffy's the one in control of their alliance. Although Luffy stresses Law out so much he's likely gained white hairs by the end of Wano, it's probably not a bad feeling to be pulled along after struggling for so long by himself. My one disappointment with Punk Hazard is the lack of lasting consequences for Caesar's gas weapon, which was a big menacing issue throughout the arc. Kinemon and probably the Navy guys who got frozen were just tapped with a little force and the snow shell cracked off and they were completely fine, which undermines the tension and stakes in retrospect. I know. It was explained to be a delayed effect poison, which is why it didn't affect them that much since they got it off immediately. But I'd change it to be a radiation type poison instead, which makes more sense for its marketing as a war asset. Basically, make Land of the Dead a gas form nuclear-like explosion. Instead of leaving a window for soldiers to break out and not suffer any ill effects, a radiation-type gas bomb could seem to have little effect at first, but then gradually weaken someone originally exposed to it. The reason a long-acting poisonous effect from being encased in Caesar's gas weapon would have been cool is it would have allowed Oda to drop foreshadowing that Kinemon would die in Wano, which we'll talk about it later, but he should have died. Since it was a new invention by Caesar and Kinemon would have also likely hidden the fact he wasn't doing well as to not impede their mission, we would forget about it until, say, the start of Zou, where Oda could start giving slight hints. And at the end of Wano, Kinemon could give us a brief flashback of moments where he was coughing up blood but hiding it throughout the journey, and end with a speech about fulfilling his mission and feeling at peace. The G5 frozen guys could have been saved after the Navy recaptured Punk Hazard and got Caesar's notes on Land of the Dead, finding a way to slowly treat them back to health off-screen, since death is usually limited to important moments, and Oda probably wouldn't kill off a bunch of goons for no reason. Dressrosa does so much to characterize Law, and despite realizing he lied to Luffy this time around, I loved him all over again by the end. There are so many moments where you see he is a good dude at heart, despite his gruff exterior and stressed out revenge fixation. E.g., Law giving Nami a Viva card to Zou to escape if anything goes wrong, Law trusting the crew to keep the ship safe so much that he put his heart in the Thousand Sunny when he went to Greenbit, Law trying to cancel their alliance and scare Luffy away when they try to rescue him from the heart chair since it's gotten too dangerous, and Law asking Cavendish to put him down so he can share the same fate as Luffy during the final Doflamingo fight. He's probably the best first alliance Luffy could have made in the New World out of all the supernovas, and Luffy sees right past his thorny tsundere outer shell, lugging Law around Dressrosa like a sack of potatoes, and even adopting him, basically, at one point, which, absolutely hilarious. Luffy saw him getting tossed like a rag doll and went, "This wet cat needs my help, sure, I'll take him in," which is so quintessentially Luffy. I also appreciate that Law is strategic, but he's still goofy as fuck. Him thinking sunglasses and a fake mustache were really a solid disguise when he was strutting around town with his gigantic, iconic sword uncovered and wearing a custom-made jacket with Corazon in high contrast letters on the back. Dude, you are not disguised. Using an anime-style tournament in the Coliseum to introduce major players for future arcs, but not forcing us to sit through an entire traditional tournament is genius. Adored this writing choice because it gives us a little substance on each of the Straw Hat Grand Fleet leaders without it being too overwhelming. Speaking of Coliseum, here's an obligatory rewrite of Rebecca, since it's well known she's one of Dressrosa's weakest written characters. 1. Please give her more clothes. Even a t-shirt underneath her fanservice-y chainmail would help. Her canon outfit not only makes no sense since she's a Coliseum fighter, but it's also out of character, which is the most grating part. There's simply no canon explanation for why she's dressed like that, and the IRL explanation, which is Oda just wanted to draw fan service, is immersion breaking. 2, the most frustrating flaw of her writing is its pivot mid-arc. When we're introduced to Rebecca, she's this badass fighter with observation haki, a kind heart, and the resolve to gain flame powers in order to take down Doflamingo and rip back Dressrosa so she can live a peaceful life with someone she cares about. She doesn't like fighting, and she never hurts anyone, but she still wins matches with her fighting skills and haki, which is almost more impressive than standard fighting. But after she finds out Kairos is her father, all her characterization and resolve is tossed out the window in favor of making her a damsel in distress for plot progression and dramatic moments. I've heard the argument Rebecca doesn't want to fight, so her crying for help is in character, but I disagree. She never wanted to fight, but she still did so for years in order to protect herself and actively strive for the future she wanted. Once Oda seemingly forgot Rebecca had years of fighting experience and observation haki to boot, she ceased being a character and became a plot device. Which, it's understandable he wanted to give other characters like Kairos and Robin moments to shine, but at that point, just don't put Rebecca in the scene at all, right? Rebecca constantly crying got on a lot of people's nerves when Dressrosa was first being published, and to this day, she just feels like wasted potential. At the very least, I'd change Rebecca's crying scenes to ones where she's defending herself and others to the best of her abilities. She doesn't have to win against Diamante, but after years of active fights where she's parried and blocked attacks over and over again, surely it only makes sense her defense, at the least, would be passable enough to hold over until someone stronger like Kairos could step in. And then later with Robin, maybe make it so Rebecca's doing decent, dodging with observation haki, but then she sees a kid or normal citizen in danger and runs to save them, which puts her in danger, which is where Robin could step up to shield her. Rebecca's resolve to fight Doflamingo lasted years. Surely it could last a couple more hours, especially once Rebecca realizes she doesn't actually have to fight Doflamingo. All she has to do is protect herself and maybe some others too. That's a bare minimum rewrite. Add t-shirt, subtract crying scenes, add self-defense scenes. If I were to get a little more indulgent, I would have loved the fight against Diamante to be a 2v1, with Kairos and Rebecca teaming up against one of the men who destroyed their lives. Kairos could be offense, Rebecca could be defense, and they could fight side by side, at least for a little while. A father-daughter fight would be such a cute play on the father-daughter dance trope, since Kairos is rough around the edges and might not know how to dance, but they could bond a little like this. Regardless, Rebecca fighting until the end of Dressrosa, when she can finally put down her sword for good, would make the ending hit even stronger by showing us she fought so hard, even when she didn't want to, and now, since Luffy's freed the country, she can finally live the peaceful life her father and mother wanted for her. Speaking of new characters, Dressrosa is our introduction to Fujitora. With just a couple scenes, he instantly became beloved by fans, and for good reason. Fujitora calling Akainu Sokka, and then later yelling at him over the phone. Yo, adore this man. Also, I used to despise Akainu due to Marineford, but seeing him chained to a desk, being tortured by red tape and bureaucratic technicalities is way better than any physical punishment. He's a dog going stir crazy, and it's honestly hilarious. I'm looking through my notes and realizing just how stacked Dressrosa is, because it also contains a favorite Sanji moment. The scene in chapter 724 where Sanji reads law like an open book. Chills. Won't lie, despite poring over the preceding scenes, I don't know how Sanji figured it out, since everything Law said seems pretty standard. Law asks if the factory has been destroyed. When he finds out it hasn't and they need more time, he tells the Sunny crew to take Caesar and leave so Dofi doesn't get him back, and then Law says the rest will follow once the factory's been taken out. Not sure what about that was suspicious to Sanji, who says, "Is it just me, or are you too invested in Doflamingo?" But impressive showing of intelligence from Sanji, because he's correct. I've missed his little Mr. Prince moments, and it's extra fun to contrast his read of law to Zoro's read later in Zou, where Moss for Brains essentially says they formed an alliance to take down Kaido, so that's what they'll do. It's such a subtle yet perfect characterization detail for Sanji, who's emotion-driven, and Zoro, who's ambition-driven. Here's a collage of Law getting rolled, by the way. Oda loves to beat this wet sopping cat of a man up, and it's hilarious. Since he originally thought people would like Kid more, I almost wonder if he thought giving Law L after L in Dressrosa would make people like him less. Unfortunately for Oda, fan psychology is pretty much the opposite of that, and Law is probably even more popular as a result. In Dressrosa, we're introduced to a lot of devil fruit powers, which had my brain gears spinning. For example, Viola's power to apparently see anything on the entire island, even inside buildings, is basically clairvoyance, and seems incredibly dangerous. If a baddie had that power, they could permanently have the upper hand in battle and intel gathering, and that's not even mentioning its application in interrogation and torture. The only reason I'm not worried about the Jiro Jiro no Mi playing a plot-related role going forward is because I doubt Oda has the balls to kill Viola off or put her in harm's way, especially after the happy ending in Dressrosa. Another fruit which I noted an interesting detail about was Sugar's fruit, which gives her the ability to transform living flesh into toy parts. By turning a person into a toy and back, like with Kairos, it seems she can stop bleeding from major injuries. I wonder if a temporary toy state could be used as emergency cryosleep, basically, or if it just auto-heals injuries through a loophole. Luckily, as long as her powers don't come up again and she stays locked up in Impel Down, we won't have to worry about the logistics of her fruit either. And the last character who has the potential, but probably won't play a major role going forward, is Princess Mancherry, whose Heal fruit powers are described by Giola as potentially miraculous. She says the fruit's ultimate feature is to restore by sacrificing the lifespan of its user. But later, we learn it can exert great power without sacrifice, with a little teamwork from friends during the blood donation scene at the end of Dressrosa. Since I doubt Oda is going to show the Heal fruit's ultimate ability and have Mancherry die, I wonder why this detail was brought up. Perhaps this is foreshadowing that Dofi's read on the Op no Mi is incorrect or at least unnecessary. Since Giola doesn't care about Mancherry and only cares about the Heal fruit's potential powers, she's quick to jump to the fact it can heal through sacrifice. Since Dofi doesn't care about law and only cares about the Op no Mi's powers, perhaps he's jumping to the fact it can bestow immortality through sacrifice. If something like revivification is the ultimate power of the Heal fruit, but through the support of friends, Mancherry can perform a great deed without self-sacrifice, I wonder if Law will be able to do something cool with the Op no Mi's powers without self-sacrifice as well, especially since he's now built up a network of friends and is no longer the same lonely child Dofi first met. Not sure if Law needs any extra abilities, especially after awakening, but the payoff for the Op no Mi's immortality surgery plot point is something I'm eagerly awaiting. Alright, let's attempt a Doflamingo analysis. This feathered puppeteer is probably the most nuanced and complex villain in the entire series, and he's still terrifying to me in a way which endures, despite the fact he was defeated at the end of Dressrosa. Something about the systems of power and the mindset he represented. It feels like those base concepts are still lurking threats in the series. The celestial dragons, the corrupt world government who acquiesced to his demands because they're hiding secrets from the world, the way predatory adults affect children's lives. Although Doflamingo was defeated, as long as these base factors are in play, it's just a matter of time until another country heads down the same path as Dressrosa. After meeting Saint Maosgard, Rocinante, and Doflamingo's father, we see that celestial dragons are just human beings, which is why it's so understandable yet tragic Doflamingo turned out the way he did after years of being taught by those around him he had an inherent right to greatness and power just because he was born a noble. When his father tore his perceived right away from him, it unfortunately made sense why he was angry. Treble and Diamante fed into that simmering rage of his, cementing his flaws with validation and giving him a metaphorical and literal gun to express himself with. Unlike Rocinante, who was able to escape through the Navy and grow in an environment which nurtured his kindness, Doflamingo remained mired in his own hatred, a hatred amplified by the people he surrounded himself with. Perhaps that's why it's so sad when Corazon refers to Doflamingo as a monster, and we realize he's given up on his brother. He had every right to do so, but after Doflamingo says it's alright if his family fails, it's just betrayal that's unacceptable, you can't help but wonder how much killing Rocinante actually did affect him. Due to his childhood, Doflamingo outright states he thinks he suffered more than most people on the planet, and that gives him the right to do whatever he wants in retribution, which is hilarious on so many levels because half the characters in the series have worse backstories than his, but he's over here playing the smallest violin because he lost the ability to own slaves and eat $500 Wagyu steaks. It's both fitting and ironic that all it takes is the most commonplace expression to summarize the entire nature of Doflamingo, who sees himself as someone special and entitled. Hurt people, hurt people. That's it. That's the core of Doflamingo. Beginning with shooting his father and moving into taking over the kingdom of Dressrosa, Doflamingo exercised his perceived divine rights, but in reality, all he was doing was playing into the cycle of hatred in the world and falling prey to his own flaws. He believed he had the right to rule Dressrosa because of his bloodline, so he seized the country through manipulation and force. He was groomed to be a figure of power by Trouble when he was younger, so as an adult, he tried to groom Law in the same way, feeding into the kid's hatred for the world. He treats Law like a little kid, describing his actions as lashing out and dismissing his efforts in a belittling fashion. Perhaps one of the most spine-chilling moments of Dressrosa was Doflamingo asking Law if he remembered what he taught him, that the weak don't have the right to choose how they die. We instantly flash back to Law echoing those exact words to Tashigi back in Punk Hazard and realize just how easy it is for abuse to become ingrained, to be passed down. Painful. The exacerbation and enablement of flaws in children is something we see multiple times in Dressrosa, and then again later in Whole Cake with Mother Caramel and Big Mom. Because Mother Caramel didn't actually care about Linlin, she enabled her violence and hunger-pain-related destruction. Because Treble and Diamante were just using Doflamingo, they enabled his violence and God complex. Because Doflamingo didn't actually care about Baby 5, he never did anything to help her outgrow her dependency issues, perhaps even exacerbating them by killing her fiancés and making her rely on him. It's clear Doflamingo is invested in his family/crew to some extent, but I think saying he truly loves them is pushing it. If not clear from his literal powers to make people dance like puppets, Doflamingo is a manipulator. Many of his family members have quirks and weaknesses which make them prime to influence, and he takes full advantage of that, as seen with Baby Five's dependency, Diamante's weakness to compliments, and Monet's loyalty. Doflamingo's love toward his family is a twisted form of affection, which he only expresses when it suits him. Yes, in the past he read up on the history of Flevance to educate himself on what Law went through, but later, when Law displeased him, he used that knowledge to shoot him with lead bullets. Yes, he gets mad when people laugh at Pika's voice, but later he enclosed Dressrosa in a death trap birdcage, even though his family members were all still on the island, many of them hurt and unable to protect themselves. He expects his family to follow his orders and to sacrifice their lives for him at the drop of a hat. Perhaps the most telling detail is that they call him Young Master. That's not what family call their big brother or dad. That's what servants call their boss. In our first encounter with Dofi's family on Punk Hazard, Baby 5 and Buffalo interpret the empty heart seat as Doflamingo waiting for Law to return to their family, but later we see Doflamingo rearing to kill Law before he even sees him again. I prefer the symbolic explanation that the heart seat is empty because Dofi killed what was left of his heart when he killed Corazon. After all, Corazon was the only family Dofi had left that still held him to higher expectations. Doflamingo still saw Corazon as family, and just like other family members, he expected Corazon to sacrifice his life for him by eating the Op no Mi. Rosinante's definition of family was different. He believed family wouldn't ask each other to do things like that. And at the heart of the matter is the difference between genuine connection and manipulative relationships. When manipulators are pleased, they'll show all the affection in the world, but the second they're displeased, they'll use the information you shared with them against you. You're left shocked, feeling the need to please them again, scrambling to make them happy. But with actual family, blood or not, the relationship is long enduring through good days and bad days. If you actually love a person, you want to improve yourself for them, and you hold them responsible for improving their flaws as well because you want to see them thrive. Rosinante was the only one who cared enough to expect Doflamingo to improve himself. Emphasis on the was. Doflamingo is not a good person, but at the end of the day, he is still a person. There are little moments like him pausing when Law threatens Giola, him admitting the events of Dressrosa were tragedies, him actually putting the flame fruit in the Colosseum, even though he could have lied about it, or put in a fake fruit, which give him extra layers and complexities. They make him feel multifaceted and human. Don't get me wrong, if I ever see a pink feather coat within 5 miles, it's hunting season, but as a villain, Doflamingo is fantastic. What other character can pull off a bone-chilling speech while wearing striped jammies and being chained to the ground in a jail cell? About Dofi's glasses, Oda makes it a point to never let us see his face without them, and there are a couple theories about it. I saw one which guessed he lost his left eye as a kid when the villagers were torturing his family, leaving him with a scar shaped similarly to the makeup shape Corazon painted on his right eye. And while that is super cute, I prefer the symbolic explanation that Doflamingo's glasses represent his warped worldview, which is why the only time we see them fall off his face is after Luffy beats him down in Dressrosa, punching him off his high horse and down through the layers of the city until he's a pancake on the same level with everyone else. For that brief moment, Luffy probably humbled him a bit, showed him the reality that he's the same as everyone he looked down on. Of course, next time we see him in jail, he has his glasses back on, as ingrained beliefs can't change that easily, but seeing his glasses get knocked off his face, even for a second, was really satisfying. Moving on to the Sabo amnesia plot point. The whole situation is a case of Oda wanting to have his cake and eat it too. He wanted to have Sabo live. He wanted Sabo to be number 2 of the revolutionaries. He wanted Sabo to be in Dressrosa and meet Luffy and go after the flame fruit. He wanted Sabo and Koala to befriend Robin during the time skip, and he wanted an excuse for why Sabo wasn't at Marineford. He wanted all these details to be true, and the only way to make that happen was to pull the selective amnesia card, which, yeah, I can't fix this one. Trying to think of an explanation for why Sabo and Luffy wouldn't see each other in newspapers makes my brain hurt. So I'll just say, if I were to write this plot point, I'd give up one or two of those details and just make it so Sabo retained his memories. Scrapping the Sabo is number 2 of the Revolutionary Army detail really helps everything. If he's just a lackey under one of the 4 commanders up until the time skip, it'd mean his name and face wouldn't be in newspapers. He could have been busy on some important mission during Marineford, and then during the time skip, he could have been motivated by Ace's death to work even harder and rise in the ranks. Sabo not telling Robin he's Luffy's brother because he felt bad about not being there for him in Marineford is a decent explanation of why Robin wouldn't say, "Oh hey Luffy, I met your bro," before Dressrosa, which actually, is there a canon explanation for that? Why? Why didn't she just tell him? Anyways, look at this graphic I found online. The entire concept of the Straw Hat Grand Fleet makes me want to cry. Our captain's all grown up. He has a fleet. He has territories. Out of all the Grand Fleet members, I probably love Bart the most. He's a little bit of a shithead, going around burning Shanks's flags later, but the fact he understood Luffy wants to be the freest man from pretty much 2 vague lines is so endearing. He does understand Luffy. He does. Plus, his merch game is admirable. Why are the stickers so big? And why do I want one?
Gretel was taken aback. Really? A house made of gingerbread? In the middle of the forest? She had never heard of such a thing, let alone seen it. But she didn't know much of the world yet either, and the hunger in her belly took away all her worries.
Whole Cake Island. My few pacing issues with Zo were non-existent in the manga. I watched the anime for this arc first, and the scene where they ride the poorly drawn dragon up Zunisha drags so long in the anime, but in the manga it's just a short and sweet joke scene. Honestly, that observation goes for the entire series. If you have issues with the pacing in One Piece, the manga helps so much. The fact Law admitted he expected to die in Dressrosa in a casual line of dialogue and then brushed it over. Okay, Oda, just tug out my heartstrings, why don't you? We'll absolutely be putting weight on this in his character analysis later. Also, the scene where Law introduces his crew looking super embarrassed when they do a full action movie battle team pose is hilarious, because look at Law getting hyped about ninjas 2 scenes later. You know he secretly loves the cheesy Power Rangers stuff his crew does. He's just a nerd who likes comics and coin collecting, but he acts like he's above it all around kids his age. The anime also expands on the scene where he reunites with his crew by having him smile when Beppo hugs him, and it's really sweet because later in Wano he tells Beppo to get off him, and you realize he only said that because they were in public. Did anyone else also get majorly worried about the Sunny anchoring at Zo? How was the ship fine without anyone watching it when they left it next to a moving elephant who could have crushed it or walked away at any point? Maybe they tied it to Zunisha's foot like an ankle bracelet? Big Mom's specimen book is a potential plot point for something interesting emerging from it later. Since it can be used to preserve live specimen, I wonder if she has any members of extinct/endangered races in there, maybe plot-relevant ones. The book could even be used as a time capsule to introduce someone back into the story who's been missing for decades. Whole cake question speedrun time. Since Zeus is animated by part of Big Mom's soul, does that mean he'll disappear if Big Mom dies? How did Lola get Big Mom's Beaver card, especially if contrary to what Thriller Bark presented, the two aren't on good terms? Why was the world government so interested in the tamate box when all it held were energy steroids? Speaking of questions, I have a lot of rewrites for Whole Cake, so let's get into critiques. First, did Germa's motifs have to look like this? Did they have to? With the eagle and everything? Next, about Germa and emotions, Sanji's brothers and sister very clearly are not emotionless. They may have a lower sense of fear, but from our introductory scene with them when Reiju helps Luffy, we see that they can feel embarrassment. And then throughout the arc, they look worried, they look determined, they look happy, very clear emotions right there. To crispify the "my brothers are emotionless" detail from Reiju, I wish it were made clear what Reiju said is subjective. By cutting out the dialogue where the scientists and judge were talking about the boys not having emotions, we could nail down the plot point that Reiju has a warped perception of her brothers after being exposed to their bullying by proxy for so long, along the similar vein of how Corazon saw Dofi as a monster. Judge is a super emotional person, and it does make sense he wished for his kids to be less emotional and better fighters, but after they were born, he seemed pretty alright with the fact they could feel happiness, as long as they were strong too, as seen in the flashback where he hugs them and everyone's smiling. This could culminate in a brief panel or two after the wedding where one of the brothers admits he was scared or worried or feeling something, and Reiju could look slightly surprised, as if realizing, oh, they are human after all. Sanji's cuffs. Yeah, the cuffs should have been real. Reiju says Judge had her augmented into an accomplice who can't disobey orders, but wasn't putting false cuffs on Sanji disobeying orders? It also seems unlikely she'd be able to pull off a switch like that right under Judge's nose without him noticing. Plus, the instant collapse of the stakes when it was revealed the cuffs were fake. For a rewrite, make the cuffs real. Then, after Sanji talks to her, Reiju could have a character development moment where she sneaks the keys for him and actively goes against her dad's wishes for the first time ever. Since her major character flaw is feeling trapped by her circumstances and resorting to being a bystander to avoid getting targeted, this could have been the turning point for her to start standing up for herself. The Sanji-Luffy fight scene was one of the best in the arc. It was so powerful, and the Nami slap at the end was much deserved. But I wish Sanji apologized at some point later to Luffy. Even if Luffy didn't need an apology, the scene was rough, and although Nami said she wouldn't forgive him for it, that valid point was played as a joke and never followed up on. At least in passing or in a brief comment later as Sanji was rescuing Luffy at the end of the arc, I wish he just said a brief sorry or something. Seeing Luffy hurt is so painful, and he better not ever do that again. Since Whole Cake marked some character development for Sanji, it would have been great if Oda took the opportunity to change Sanji's humor trope from pretty lady equals nosebleed pervy jokes to something else. Maybe the joke he can cook so good it sends people, even enemies, into a euphoric state, like with Beige, would be a nice change of pace. I thought maybe seeing how annoying / dehumanizing being on the receiving end of things like that with Pudding was would make him change his ways, but alas. It kind of sucks because the weird perv stuff toward women is his biggest character flaw, but it's never going to get fixed because Oda doesn't see it as a flaw. He sees it as a funny joke. When the pervy aspect of Sanji crosses over from gag to plot device, That's when it starts grinding my gears real hard. It's already barely tolerable when it's a joke, but when it starts affecting his characterization, yeah, that's when I start really despising it. Hated when it happened in Fishman Island, and in Wano later when he goes into the pleasure building solely for the purpose of triggering several battles. At that point, it just felt out of character because what was he doing? Focus up, Sanji. It was a serious fight against a villain who starved thousands of people. Also, watching him continually call Kamabaka Queendom hell while calling Kaido's mutant monster ladies who were actively trying to kill him women and saying he was in heaven was such a low point. The reason the pervy jokes landed so poorly in Wano, I think, is because One Piece is a series that lightens real heavy subject matter with injections of humor, and since Wano dealt with some of the roughest subjects yet, and the only levity Sanji attempted to provide was the criminal act of voyeurism, it simply didn't help. Someone needs to shake him by the shoulders and yell, "There's a time and place. Your softcore porn addiction can wait. People are being starved to death." But as long as Oda thinks it's funny, he's not going to change. Charlotte Linlin, Big Mom herself. Let's start with things I liked. I love her build. It fits her sweets theme, and the fact she's gigantic is super intimidating, especially later when she stands next to Kaido, and it's like looking at two super strong behemoths. They're terrifying together. I love her laugh. The mum is amazing, and her devil fruit power playing into the fairy tale theme by giving her the ability to literally create a singing storybook-esque dystopia is perfect. There's so much about Big Mom's theming and vibe that's deeply unsettling. Pair that with her crew being her children and allusions to a wide intelligence network, and she could have been the scariest villain yet. And now on to changes. It was stated a few times that Big Mom has access to a ton of information about people. She knew about Zeph and the Bratier, for example, even though that was all the way back in the East Blue. That detail was bone-chilling, and I wish it came up more in the story. It absolutely makes sense that an Emperor of the Sea has a great intelligence network, which would come in handy for strategic ambushes or plundering islands for rare ingredients. It would have been cool if Big Mom dropped a few more lines throughout Whole Cake and Wano, hinting she knew a scary amount of information about our pirates. Maybe something like, just because you chased away a lightning god out in the boonies, do you really think you can dethrone me? And we'd get chills because how in the world did she find out what Luffy did in Skypiea of all places? Big Mom's hunger ping system could have been done better as well. Because of the arbitrary way it was handled, her major gimmick left a lot to be desired on multiple fronts. But everything could be solved with a clearer 3-state structure. State 1, normal, is Big Mom's default state. Her intelligence and greed would be her strongest traits in this state. This is the state she creates plans in, so the wedding, planning the tea party, looking through information on Sanji, etc. When she's like this, she can be stubborn, childish, and cold even to her own children. State 2, hunger, is Big Mom's hunger ping state. Think plus aggro, plus power, minus accuracy. This is the state she enters when she starts craving a particular sweet or dish. It's unpredictable when she'll enter this mode, leaving everyone on Whole Cake and her children constantly on edge. In hunger mode, she's super strong physically. When she's like this, she can eat people, her own children, and she can destroy entire islands. Her body starts consuming itself if she rampages too long, but the devastation she can deal is enormous. In canon, during her hunger pang state, she doesn't seem any more powerful. Jinbei even stopped one of her attacks with his bare hands, and I definitely changed that. Make it a big deal that everyone's desperately trying to avoid her blows when she's rampaging. Amp up the environmental damage as well to really drive that home. State 3, satisfied, is Big Mom's post-hunger pang state. During this state, she's characterized by extraordinary kindness, amiability, and motherly instincts. Although she can't be tricked necessarily, she's a lot more open to others' ideas and input. She also shows a lot of fondness toward children, and this is when her fighting power is at its lowest technically, as she's less inclined to attack when she's feeling satisfied. I'm adamant about this third state because it solves so many problems with Big Mom. One of the biggest issues people have with Whole Cake is the Big Mom wedding cake plotline and how Sanji had no indication satisfying her hunger pangs would help the crew escape, because there was no precedent that satiating her makes her take a nap or calm down or anything. But what if Whole Cake residents were scrambling around, yelling they had to find some way to satisfy her, so she'd change states and go into mama mode or something? Then Pudding could explain how it works and say there's no guarantee how long she'll be peaceful after she's satisfied, but it could give your crew the chance to escape. And that could help maintain the stakes while also explaining why Sanji's trying so hard to make this cake. And more seriously, later in Wano, the satisfied state would allow us to remove the Big Mom amnesia plot point, which I hated, but maintain the same general plot strokes. After Big Mom washes up on the beach, she could enter hunger mode, and perhaps at the beginning, especially since she just had a great wedding cake, this time it starts off not too serious. The townspeople try to help her by giving her the red bean soup they have, and even if it's not too much, she enters the satisfied state. And that's when Chopper stumbles into her and nearly loses it. But Big Mom's acting all nice and motherly, and she's hanging out with Otama, so he's confused. Maybe she can pretend to have amnesia to calm him down, and since Chopper's kind of gullible, he believes her and tries his canon plan of leading her to Udon to free Luffy. Maybe since Chopper is kid-like, or maybe since she'd like more red bean soup, Big Mom goes to Udon, breaks in, and fights Queen after realizing there is no soup. And then maybe she's just tired or something after swimming in the ocean and decides to take a nap, which is when Queen takes her to see Kaido. The three-state structure could smooth out Big Mom's writing while still maintaining a sense of fear because of the unpredictability of her states. When will she change? What state will she change into? For how long will she be motherly? No one can tell. Extra flavor, because this structure would parallel the cycle of abuse for her children. Who knows when she'll be extra motherly and treat them right, and who knows when she'll be abusive and physically injure them or treat them coldly. It's an emotional whiplash that they shouldn't have to deal with, but must to survive. It probably leaves them constantly nervous and trying to please her, with little hope of being able to escape the cycle since she's a powerful emperor with eyes around the globe. During the Reverie arc, we get our first closer look at Marie-Joie, and it is horrific. The slaves under the pavement moving it to make the place look magical. Yeah, that's nauseating. I also noted the trees and nature around the castle are man-made, perhaps indicating the red line is barren and any life living there must be sustained by resources imported from the blue seas below. Insert aristocrats equals leeches analogy here. But also, what is up with Doflamingo and Marijoa's hidden treasure? At first, I thought it might be Emu's icebox hat, but from how Doflamingo's speaking here, the treasure seems to be information of some sort, something not tangible. He says it's powerful and has an expiration date. One Piece and time travel are two phrases which cause brain implosions when they're in the same sentence. Time travel is a can of worms, and Oda has some nerve to introduce it into such a long and tightly woven story. It was wrangled decently in Wano, but hopefully it won't come up again. Since sea stone is only found in one place in the world, and that place is Wano, now that Kaido has been dethroned and Wano will probably stop trading with the world government, I wonder if the Navy will start experiencing a sea stone shortage, especially since they seem to use a lot, for example, in their calm belt crossing ships which have sea stone strapped to the hulls. Wano also introduced us to the concept of sea stone nails and bullets, which could be useful for pinch situations going forward. Or they could also be used by enemies going forward. Wano is another arc which has some amazing moments in the anime. I highly recommend watching the Kid and Killer Udon prison scenes animated. Kid sounding heartbroken and crying is fantastic and endearing, especially since he hasn't gotten too much focus before Wano. And then the rest of Kid's crew deciding to become a cheery crew just to make Killer feel better. Adorable. Heartbreaking, but adorable. Big Mom revealed she was missing 3 races from her crew, Lunarians, one lost to the Mists of Time, and another. Possibly the one lost to the Mists of Time is Kuma's race, the Buccaneers, and the other is Skypeans, as we haven't seen one on her crew, but maybe that last spot will be saved for some plot important race. Another great Wano feature was Queen and his humor. The Onigashima party scene with him and Apu is a must-watch anime moment, especially in the dub, where Queen's voice actor is amazing. He nails the character's energy and charisma. Queen's comedy helped lighten the mood a ton, so he's super appreciated. Also, he's super hot. Queen's counterpart, King, was more of a lore character. Lunarians were said to live on the Red Line long ago and were able to adapt to any environment. In Punk Hazard, the dragon was said to be able to adapt to live in any environment. At the time, the note I made said, ecological nightmare, high invasive species potential. But now I wonder if Vegapunk used Lunarian DNA to construct the dragon. Also, if Lunarians were so adaptable, why are they almost extinct? Were they persecuted for some reason? Character deaths. One Piece is not a series that kills off a lot of characters, which is why Izo and Ashura's deaths really surprised me. There was some foreshadowing for Izo, but I still wish we got a Final Moments flashback or more of his fight, since he was on Whitebeard's crew and that in itself was nostalgic, especially reading Marineford this time around with the knowledge he'd show up in Wano. As for Ashura, That extra surprised me. Kind of still in disbelief about it, honestly. If he showed back up alive someday, I'd be disappointed but not surprised, since it's happened before. Will of Pete. Fake out death's my most despised. Kiku's battle outfit looks amazing. I was so elated to see her cool samurai armor. A lady in a practical and rad battle outfit. Finally. Bless. And her losing her arm was a great scene. Less great was the fake death. I don't think she should have died, but at that point, just commit, right? I'd prefer it if Oda put a different one of the samurai in her place in that scene and actually killed both them and Kinemon. Maybe Dogstorm, Cat Viper, Raizo, or someone. And if Oda couldn't commit to killing 2 people in that scene, just kill Kinemon at least, because wow, that Op no Mi lasting side effect explanation was nonsense, and Oda knew it. Going forward into the climax of the series, I'm hoping more characters die. Oda doesn't like letting go of his chess pieces, which has led to some great nostalgia and scenes, but at key moments, some losses will help solidify a sense of stakes. Law and Robin's dynamic is adorable. They're like siblings. Robin's little hey when Law teleported in next to her, so cute. Also loved the detail that Law's hat covered his eyes for a majority of the chapters after the battles ended, hinting he felt sad his alliance with the Straw Hats was coming to a close. Luffy can be stressful to be around, but he grows on you. A little like a barnacle. Theorizing about the continual thread of Caribou wanting to curry favor with someone by giving them information. My 2 guesses are he'll go to Dragon or he'll go to Blackbeard. Dragon, because Caribou's character design and cover story gave major Che Guevara / Cuban Revolution vibes, and Blackbeard, who is more likely, because the 2 major pieces of information Caribou overheard were about the Poseidon and the Pluton. If the world government is in possession of the Uranos, and the Straw Hats have some sway over the other 2, it only makes sense that Blackbeard, the 3rd major player in the upcoming global conflict, will gain control over one of the weapons. That way everyone can have one, to sort of even out the battleground on a base level. Between the Poseidon and the Pluton, it's feeling more likely he'll be able to seize the Poseidon since the Pluton is pretty well guarded at the moment. But Blackbeard helming the Pluton makes more sense thematically. Also, Luffy riding Sea Kings into battle sounds really fun, so we'll probably end up with the Poseidon, I'm guessing. Speaking of the Pluton though, why did Zunisha leave Wano after walking all the way there? I get Momo said they weren't opening the country yet, but it feels like he could have stayed to help guard the place or something. Surely there's a technical loophole in his punishment where as long as he's walking around, it counts as wandering. So he could just walk circles around Wano or something. Also, who's enforcing his punishment and what crime did he commit? The mysteries surrounding Zunisha are so ancient and exciting. 2 characters who could have used more focus in Wano were Zoro and Sanji. Zoro because he's looked forward to Wano since Thriller Bark, and he wanted to visit Ryuma's grave. We never got to see him go during Wano, and it feels like his whole focus with the place was rushed / cut due to time restraints, which is wild considering the arc is so long. And Sanji, since feeding hungry people was the focus of his introduction, the seafood fried rice scene with Jin perhaps is his strongest scene in the entire series, and us not seeing him feeding people more or getting angry at Kaido for starving an entire nation feels borderline out of character, especially as Whole Cake spent an entire arc highlighting his kind nature and his need to feed people. Of the two fake-out crew members, let's talk about Carrot first. It was extremely clear Oda originally intended for Carrot to join the crew. She was a perfect fit on every single level except for necessity. As introduced in her first scene on Zou, Carrot has amazing eyesight and the ability to jump high in the air, allowing her to get a lay of the land. Her role on the crew could have been lookout or scout, a role that hasn't yet been filled. She's a great fighter, and she can hold her own in battle. Luffy even recognizes this immediately, as shown by chapter 831, where an enemy gator attacks in the seducing woods on Whole Cake Island, and Luffy picks up Nami to save her, but trusts Carrot to save herself. Neither Nami or Robin are fighters first and foremost, so it would have been nice and refreshing to get a lady who's battle-centric like Carrot. Her Sulong form is also really cool looking and is a fresh battle gimmick that allows her to fight in a unique style that no one else on the crew can use. But more than any of that, what convinced me Oda planned to add Carrot to the crew originally was the effortless integration of Carrot's humor gags into crew scenes. Each of the Straw Hats has their little running jokes, like Zoro always getting lost and Nami loving money. So when Carrot's jokes were introduced right off the bat, it made her fit in instantly. One being she's quite physically affectionate and expresses that through biting Luffy, which was super funny, but also deeply endearing because you know Luffy's super strong, but when it comes to people who he loves like Garp and Nami, their attacks go right through his usual rubber invincibility. And when Carrot bites him, he drops like a rock and rolls around at a loss for what he should do. The biting thing is also used later as a fun way to wake him up from a nap in Wano, so it actually serves a progression purpose in a small way too. Her second joke, the fact she draws Bishonen fan art of people, is also hilarious. If she joined the crew, it would have been a great excuse to feature a Carrot original Bishonen fan art sketch of Sanji on his new Wanted poster. Not only would he have loved it, but it would have reduced confusion surrounding Sanji's Wanted poster because why did the world government go back to using the old one again? Or is that just an animation error? Speaking of Sanji, it was such a breath of fresh air that Sanji didn't perv out over Carrot. The scene where Carrot tries to comfort him, but he ends up comforting her instead was delightful. It's so clear Sanji saw her as a little sister, and that's a role Carrot perfectly could have filled in the crew, especially since Oda has cast the rest of the Straw Hats in family roles, and there is no casted little sister yet. Come on, she called Chopper Chobro. She was introduced as an adventurous spirit who wanted to see the world. She cheered for Sanji's cooking with Luffy when he returned to the ship, and she even celebrated with the crew when Jinbei officially joined. By the end of Wano, she was basically already part of the family, which is why it was such a whiplash moment when Oda changed his mind and tore her away from us. If I had to guess, it was probably an editing decision. On every in-universe level, Carrot should have joined. But since One Piece is a manga, out-of-universe reasons are also important. The biggest reason it's valid Carrot didn't join in retrospect is she wasn't a necessity. In other words, the crew is already so big, and Oda's already having trouble giving Straw Hats focus in arcs. Do we really need another character for him to juggle? The answer is no, of course. It makes sense to keep the main cast small, but it's painful he only made that decision after showing us how perfect Carrot could have been. It's like he offered us something glorious we never knew we wanted, only to say psych and take that present back. And it stings even more because he fumbled Carrot's departure scene so bad. Out of the blue, without any foreshadowing, Dogstorm and Cat Viper ask Carrot to become the new ruler of Zoe, which... First, Dogstorm and Cat Viper deciding to stay on Wano is low-key irresponsible, since Wano has the samurai and Momo and Yamato, but if they leave, Zoe is essentially unprotected. If Zunisha stayed near Wano, it wouldn't be as much of an issue, but the elephant left for some reason. Second, Carrot doesn't show leadership skills, ambition to become a leader, or any interest in leading whatsoever. She's characterized as a curious little sister type character who wanted to explore the world, so locking her down to Zoe feels forced, bordering on cruel. If Oda was adamant about Carrot returning to Zoe and Dogstorm and Cat Viper staying on Wano, he should have appointed Wanda as the new leader and have Carrot succeed Pedro's position. That's bare minimum. I'd much prefer if Carrot would have been allowed to join another pirate crew and explore the world as she wanted if she couldn't travel with us. Maybe she could have tagged along with Marco or someone if Oda wanted her to return for the final conflict. As for Yamato, not once was I under the impression he was joining up. First, about pronouns, Yamato is one of those characters where Oda had good intentions with his representation, but could have executed it better. He got a little confused at times because some of the details can make it a bit muddy about what the narrative is trying to convey. Luckily, since it's One Piece, whenever you get lost in the series, it's a safe bet to follow the captain's lead. Luffy uses he/him pronouns for Yamato, so that's what we're going to use. Also, if Yamato's abusive dad, Kaido, can respect his wishes, the fanbase can do better on this front. I know it. Regardless, yes, as soon as Yamato was revealed to be Kaido's son and a parallel to Katakuri, Big Mom's son, there was simply little chance he was going to join the crew. It definitely felt more like the new generation is going to take over the old generation and make a new world moment. Luffy gained Katakuri's respect in Whole Cake, and now he'd gain Yamato's respect in Wano, essentially winning over both Yonko's crews on a foresight level. We know in the future their kids will lead their crews, and here's Luffy giving those kids hope, right? Also, Yamato's design is very flashy, important character looking. We can't have someone cooler than Luffy on the crew. The dip dye seaweed hair is just too rad. I do wish Yamato kept his introduction outfit with the full sleeves, or at least had torn edges to his top though, because he ripped his sleeves off, yet the armholes look perfectly tailored. But that's just personal taste. Unlike with Carrot, Yamato deciding not to join the crew was the strongest moment of his entire character arc. One Piece is a series where character flaws are not always apparent because our protagonist, Luffy, doesn't concern himself with others' personal shortcomings like that. He's never going to walk up to Croc and say, "Yo, what's up with those trust issues?" He's never gonna punch Doffy while yelling, "You're perpetuating the cycle of abuse, go to therapy." As a result, we as the audience can choose how much we want to read into any particular character, while resting assured each one does have human flaws. This is apparent with Ace, whose anger issue related hangups about people insulting his loved ones were so serious they got him killed. Yes, Akainu's taunts at the end of Marineford were the culmination of that flaw, but Ace was the one who decided to pursue Blackbeard in the first place because he couldn't let go of the fact the dude pulled one over on his pops, which set the whole Summit War into play. In post-war flashbacks, we see him continually struggle with his issues as a kid, and it's rough because you can understand why he put so much weight into what strangers say about his family. It's because he knows how much those words hurt after a lifetime of being put down by them, because he was Roger's son. To Ace, they weren't just words. They were invalidations of his right to exist, and he never wanted his family to feel how he did. It's understandable, but it is still a flaw of his, and although Luffy didn't go through everything Ace went through, he's our great counterexample of a character overcoming those same issues. In our very first scene of the entire series, Shanks teaches Luffy that there are more important things than pride, that sometimes fighting is not the best way to protect the people you love. Later, even after the people in Drum Kingdom shoot Vivi, she tells him now's not the time to fight, and he listens to her, bowing low and following her lead. Later in Sabaody, after seeing how strong Kuma is, Luffy backs down, telling his crew to run in a demonstration that he can put his own pride aside to protect the ones he loves. Through Luffy's personal improvement, we can see Ace's flaws more clearly in retrospect. Similarly, through Yamato's personal improvement, we can see Oden's flaws more clearly too. Oden is this larger-than-life character, a man who traveled with Whitebeard and Roger, who journeyed to Laugh Tale, who survived boiling oil to save his retainers, but at the end of the day, he was still human. How much of the tragedy of Wano could have been prevented if he were a more responsible leader? Although he always dreamed of leaving Wano and exploring the world, by the time Whitebeard arrived, Oden was a powerful figure in charge of a great chunk of the land. He had a lot of people relying on him essentially, and running off in the middle of the night was irresponsible. At the very least, he shouldn't have left without appointing someone to take care of things while he was gone. And then later, when they had to drop Toki and the kids off in Wano, Oden saw the state the country was in, but made an active decision to turn his back to it and further shirk his duties. By the time he returned, the Orochi Kaido problems had festered into a wound not so easily healed, and it was the everyday citizen of Wano who had to suffer the consequences. Victor E. Frankel's quote, "I recommend that the Statue of Liberty be supplemented by a Statue of Responsibility on the West Coast," encapsulates the tough reality that freedom must be balanced with responsibility, because freedom doesn't exist in a vacuum, and I'm elated that idea is explored in One Piece, where freedom is a romantic driving idea. The reality of the situation is, perhaps things would have never gotten so bad if Oden stayed and dealt with Orochi or set up a long-term successor before he left. And of course, Oden's flaws don't invalidate his great accomplishments and good character, but watching Yamato learn from his mistakes and do better was so heartwarming. Yamato looked up to Oden a great deal, but by the end of Wano, he surpassed him in a major way. Just like Oden, Yamato yearned for his entire life to leave the island, to be free of his metaphorical and literal shackles, and to explore the world. But after the Green Bull fight, he realizes he feels a responsibility to protect the place and the people, a responsibility that he makes the tough decision to put above his own desires for the time being. It was correct to have him stay in Wano. Also, Yamato says he's going to search for something, which could be an interesting reveal later. I almost wonder if he's looking for his dad, or if it'll be more plot related, like the activation key for the Pluton or something. Yamato looking for Kaido makes a lot of sense, and maybe that's how Oda's going to explain Kaido and Big Mom surviving, but It's not necessary. I don't think anyone's under the impression either of them died. A little lava? Come on, they're kaiju. They're fine. Is there an explanation for why Kid, Law, and Luffy have the same bounty at the end of Wano when bounties reflect danger to the government and Luffy is way more dangerous than the other two because he's literally Nika? The world government probably doesn't want to draw too much attention to him, but at this point, Nika's face is plastered on this wanted poster, which is circulating the world. I feel like his bounty should at least be a little higher than Law and Kid's. Oda loves the idea the three of them are locked in a shonen rivalry, but no one's under the delusion they're on the same level power-wise. Listen, no power scaling, but Oda feeds Law and Kid through a hydraulic press like 3 chapters after this, so... And lastly, Luffy's dream. After reviewing Sabo, Ace, Yamato, and the crew's reactions, I think it's safe to say Luffy's dream is something grand, phrased in a childish way. There's a popular theory his dream is to party with everyone in the world, and I'm a big fan. Obviously, that's symbolic of essentially world peace, global connection, but stated in a charming yet earnest way, which only someone like Luffy could pull off. Oda said in the past he wants the final chapter of One Piece to be the most fun chapter, and what would fit that better than a massive party? Yeah, I'm gonna cry over this ending. I can feel it. The next saga is listed on the wiki as the final saga, and that's absurd to me. It feels like we have so much left to go. Hopefully the remaining arcs aren't rushed. I'll just call this section Egghead for now. Oda started off this arc strong by Rule 63ing one of the most popular characters of the series, the absolute blessing that is female Law. Listen, she's hot. It's made even funnier by the fact it was completely unnecessary. What benefit did Doc Q really get from doing that? Nah, Oda just wanted to draw fan service, and for once, I'm not complaining. Law's crew fangirling over him was hilarious as well, and I can't wait to see the scene animated in a couple weeks because it's going to spawn so much fan art. Luffy describing his Gear 5 form as what he looks like when he's free. Gotta admit, I have one major problem with Gear 5. I can't stop smiling when Luffy uses it. Not even joking, always find myself instantly grinning when Luffy starts laughing and doing his cartoony moves. With Kaido, it was super satisfying, especially after he got beat down so many times, but maybe Gear 5 could be saved for special fights because Luffy started fighting Lucci with it, and instead of feeling tense, I was grinning like a fool the entire time. I can't even read the section of the script without cracking up. Luffy's happy, I'm happy. The stakes? What stakes? Because at this point, it just feels like Luffy's on top of the world. Aside from increasing the time he can maintain Gear 5, I'm guessing Luffy's final form per se will be the ability to fight as a giant Gear 5 Nika lookalike. That way he can wear the giant straw hat and give Emu flashbacks. Speaking of Emu, we got a lot of history and lore during Egghead. The Void Century was confirmed to be a period of war between an advanced civilization and 20 nations that became the world government. The censorship of information on Ohara, alluding to the world government literally erasing war crimes. Oda's willingness to confront real-world issues never fails to impress. On Egghead, we also meet the Iron Giant, a massive machine built 900 years ago, probably by the Ancient Kingdom. As energy is a big topic of this arc, The question of what powers the Iron Giant is probably going to be relevant going forward. 200 years ago, the same year fishman discrimination became a big issue around the world, the Iron Giant powered on and attacked Marijua, gaining the power to climb up the red line. This implies the ancient energy powering the Iron Giant is something like collective dreams or willpower. Vegapunk also gives us our first solid theory on the nature of devil fruits, which are said to be brought into this world with hope. He says, every devil fruit is a possibility for human evolution that someone desired. Those powers represent the many branches of the future of humanity. Those with powers exist in different dimensions dreamed up by someone else before them, but the unnatural state is loathed by the sea, the mother of nature, a fitting punishment for its sin. Won't lie, this is getting into some parallel timeline stuff, which is another can of worms concept that I hope won't be confirmed canon. I'd much prefer if devil fruits are just manifested dreams or something. I'm also a bit hesitant about this recent emphasis on the unnatural vibe of devil fruits. Before, it felt like, oh, devil fruit users can't swim was a power balancing detail, but now it seems Oda wants to make it a lore detail, and I'm slightly worried. What's with this unnatural status and hockey is all you need stuff? What's going to happen to our sun if devil fruits are evil or something? But a cool realization from Vegapunk's speech, Oda considers the sea to be Mother Nature. This might play into thematics going forward. I could see the oceans reclaiming Marijua, or something to symbolize the world cleansing away an unnatural blight. We also learn awakened zone powers usually absorb and control the user's personality. After fighting Luffy for a while, Lucci says he feels his mind slipping away from him, as if his fruit constantly tries to absorb his personality when he loses focus. Since Zone is the only fruit type Blackbeard seems to be missing, I almost wonder if this detail will be relevant to him. There are some animals with 3 hearts, like octopi and squids. If he was possessed by an awakened form of a mythical Zone with 3 hearts, perhaps that could help explain his 3 souls? It's an okay theory. It's much more exciting to imagine his 3rd fruit is going to be something crazier. Egghead also introduced the concept of green blood or temporary paramecia devil fruit powers. Not sure if you can spike normal people with it, but I'm a big fan of the idea Frankie might be able to use some since he's powered on a non-blood liquid already, cola, and has a history with Vegapunk's technology, so they're probably compatible. Oh, okay, we're checking up on Kid and Law. Can't wait to see what they're up to. Yeah, let's circle back to this later. Vegapunk's 2 dreams. One, to make a free access gigantic library, essentially, and the second, to make energy abundant and available to everyone, thus eliminating one of the greatest causes of war, are some social commentary moments right there. I'm a massive fan of shonen discussing real-world issues if the series can do it well, and One Piece has really been nailing it, because what could be more timely than a call-out about how major world powers start wars over access to energy. Egghead's been releasing alongside major conflicts, which, despite government propaganda, we all know is about global power and energy resources again. World governments IRL really hate talking about their war crimes, and when accessible media targeted at kids can bring up issues of media censorship and energy access, that's beneficial to society as a whole. Sorry, got a little sappy there, but in an age of constant propaganda, a manga with a continuous stream of good messages is a breath of fresh air. On Vegapunk himself, I'm not sure if he'll survive, but I could see at least one of the satellites making it out, perhaps more than one, especially since Buckingham declared Vegapunk to be the one person who can prove if Weevil is Whitebeard's son. The 800-year-old letter passed down in the Nefertari King bloodline from Nefertari D. Lily is a cool chance for a bit of rare lore from the Void Century. It looks like Cobra said, "The poneglyphs must be protected. Bear the flag of the dawn against T-something-ing world." And that message is apparently going to Luffy and Vivi soon. There's only really room for one or two obscured words there, and I wonder if Oda will be able to pull off something big with it, because at this point we already know the sun needs to come out to save the world, right? Also, horrific depictions of the Gorosei and Emu here with the shadowy figures. At this point, are they even human anymore? To destroy Leloucia, Emu uses Vegapunk's creation, the Mother Flame, which I'm 95% sure is a power source to power the ancient weapon Uranos in the world government's possession. Leloucia was apparently chosen just because it is close, whatever awful thing that means, and Uranos punches a hole in the ocean, which looks very similar to the hole below Eni's lobby. It seems the Gorosei want to save York and the power plant from Egghead so they can keep using this Mother Flame to power Uranos blasts, which may be catastrophic for the world as the weapon seems to be raising sea levels. The Elders also apparently want the Punk Records brain. I wonder why that is. What benefit of Punk Records is there that York doesn't possess? Do the satellites need Punk Records to function? About the Gorosei, the way Saturn talks about humans breeding like insects makes it seem like he doesn't consider himself human, which may be an easy conclusion after seeing him being summoned out of a satanic magic pentagram. Maybe they're demons? Saturn also seems to have some weird powers like instant regeneration or energy drain or tapping into parallel timelines. I can't quite tell what's going on in this scene without seeing it in motion, so we'll have to wait for the anime, but everyone's being pinned to the ground around him, and they guess it's a devil fruit power, but I almost wonder if it's some form of hockey, like Saturn's will is so overwhelming that they feel stuck. In Kuma's backstory, we learn about the Buccaneer race and their persecution. Perhaps this is hinting Nika, the greatest enemy of the world government, was a Buccaneer. Since the Nika legend is passed down through the Buccaneer heritage and the world government hunts them down and puts them into slavery, there was, at the least, some connection between the two during the Void Century. Bloodline elements were a plot detail that confused me for several arcs, but I think they're supposed to be advanced DNA, basically. Vegapunk used them to create the Seraphim, but as we can see, the Seraphim have retained some of the Warlord's personality quirks because of it. So DNA plus some bits of the soul, not memory necessarily, but the general values and essence of the original donor. In chapter 1103, Saturn reveals Bonnie has powers because he injected devil fruit extract into her as a kid, or perhaps into her mom, not clear, but either way, this creep has been experimenting with the nature of possibilities, which had my brain cells spinning because is there anything inherently relating possibility and age manipulation? Perhaps the power of possibilities isn't limited to the age fruit. Maybe any devil fruit user could tap into that if they had enough creativity, especially if Vegapunk was right about devil fruits representing alternate universes. Saturn knows so much about devil fruits, probably after doing all his creepy human experimentation, but how much is he going to tell us before he dies? Because he's not surviving this island. He better not. Luffy's Egghead outfit is easily one of my top 2 outfits of his. He looks amazing in red, and the coat and gloves and boots capture his bright and playful personality perfectly. A lot of the others like Zoro and Jinbei look great too, but gotta admit, Oda's female styling for this arc is lacking. Why do they all look pretty much the same? Why? The gals already have near identical bodies, faces, and hair lengths, so seeing them all wearing the same silhouette in this arc made my brain short circuit. Surely he could have mixed it up a little with pants or a skirt or a dress. May I propose mom capris for Robin, perhaps? Especially after Stussy switched sides and changed from her cool CP0 outfit into the same generic fit as the rest. At that point, it was too much. He couldn't have given one girl shorts or something to just mix it up a little bit. Not even Bonnie, who's 12 years old. With her regression later in the arc, mental state-wise, Oda's fan service of her was so unnecessary. Maybe in Sabaody, he didn't have her dad's backstory and her age nailed down, but by Egghead, surely he knew she was 12, right? If you Google Egghead outfits, this Reddit thread redesigning the female fits is the first thing that comes up, and it's so funny because look at the comments. Everyone knows they only look like that because Oda wanted to draw fan service. He's not fooling anyone. Nami in a tennis skirt is adorable though. Let me just ingrain that into my headcanon bank. To redesign it a little bit, maybe she could be a little sporty themed, have like a little visor. That could have been cute. Also, if Oda's insistent about making Nami and Robin and Bonnie and potentially Vivi, if she joins back up, all have the same faces and hair lengths, I'm begging him to at least change a couple of the girls' hairstyles for future arcs. Could Nami wear her hair up in a ponytail or something, at least while Bonnie's traveling with us? Or maybe Vivi can wear her hair in a braided style. I get it. I get it. Oda has a specific idealized image of his perfect lady and he's just copy pasting it, and good for him for knowing what he likes, but it's getting real hard to tell them apart. If you're keeping tabs on potential future battle points, feel free to write down Devil Fruit nullifying sea energy bubbles, because that's a cool piece of technology introduced in Egghead to nullify the Seraphim. Not sure if it works against normal Devil Fruit users, or if its effects are limited to green blood users, but it's a cool detail which I could see Usopp adding to his inventory for the final fight, since the Seraphim are probably going to be involved in that too. Miscellaneous thoughts. Anime. Last year, I rewatched the entirety of East Blue, most of Zoe, and a solid chunk of Act 3 of Wano. Also watching some clips in between. Long story short, the anime's pacing is rough. The art gets better over time, but the pacing gets way worse. East Blue was pretty solid to me, but even after skipping over Dressrosa, which is infamous for its slow pacing, Zoe and Wano suffered from it as well. Perhaps watching weekly would have helped in some respects. because then the recaps and flashbacks would be needed, but binging was bad. My brain felt like it was getting drawn and quartered at times. There are some great scenes which do add onto the manga moments and make them better, though. I already mentioned the Law and Kid ones, but Shanks drinking with Mihawk, Pudding kissing Sanji, and some of Luffy's Gear 5 moments with Kaido are so worth experiencing animated. The anime does also bless us with the existence of extra cool pieces of art. The Japanese physicals of the One Piece anime have a special log pose variant line where the covers are characters dressed up in alternative outfits, and there are few things more satisfying than an in-character alternate outfit. I especially adore the Corazon one. Yeah, he'd wear that. Movies. I also watched the 3 movies available on Crunchyroll, being Gold, Red, and Stampede, which I'd rate from worst to best in that order. I liked the casino heist setup of Gold, but the fan service was real awkward since I was watching it with a kid, since One Piece is a kids show. Could have done without the ass shots. The first time I watched Red was in theaters, and it's a movie best enjoyed at home, I think. The music and integration of the music weren't bad, but didn't translate the best to big screen. Easily the best songs were the more fast-paced and angry ones like Backlight and Fleeting Lullaby, but I do love the character of Uta, and the final fight was really hype. It was a great time overall, especially after Oda revealed Uta was canon through a silhouette in chapter 1055 while Shanks was reflecting on the new generation. I'd hope for a redesign if she ever appears in the story, but it's likely Uta will be left a mystery, which is good as well. And lastly, Stampede was the best of the 3. It's packed with so many hype characters and non-stop action pretty much. They went hard with showing supernova abilities. They made sure to beat up Law for his fans. They even gave Usopp and Luffy a heartfelt moment where Usopp tries to save his best friend. It's pretty much a perfect shonen movie because all I want to do while watching a non-canon anime movie is to have a good time watching my favorites beat up bad guys while looking cool. That's the only expectation, and Stampede nailed it. Music. Out of all the earworm openings One Piece has, the ones I played the most on repeat were easily We Are, Hands Up, Fight Together, and The Peak. Some pretty classic ones, but man, were they nostalgic and moving. I hope the last opening of the series is a cover or remix of We Are, just to bring everything full circle. Also enjoyed some of the live action themes quite a bit, like the Who's Hungry Arlong track. I haven't seen the live action yet, so I don't know how the music sounds in universe, but as a standalone, it was nice. And last song, I loved listening to Waving Flag, the version with the multilingual lyrics, and visualizing a One Piece soccer/football spinoff. Waving Flag was a past FIFA World Cup song, and it has an amazing message of world unity and the celebration of cultures, which fits with One Piece fantastically. Just imagining Luffy, Kid, and Law being the captains of rival soccer teams, with Luffy and Kid playing more offensive positions and Law perhaps being center mid or something more defensive, gets me so hyped. Games would be chaotic, and the team bonding, it'd be so sweet. Haikyuu, but soccer and with One Piece characters is something I never knew I needed, but would be an amazing spin-off. SBS Notes. Okay, before we get into character analysis and plot theories, let's go through a couple interesting SBS, they're basically Q&A responses to get a bit of a feel for Oda's thought process. Pretty early on, someone asked why Luffy doesn't kill his opponents, and Oda responded, "The reason Luffy doesn't kill is this. In his era, men live by their beliefs and risk their lives to defend them. For them to suffer defeat and have their beliefs destroyed is as bad as death. Killing their bodies is beside the point. I feel that, as pirates, Luffy and his enemies care more about victory and defeat than they care about their lives." I wonder if Blackbeard is someone Luffy can defeat without killing. Another reader asked Oda what will meant in One Piece, and he responded, "Will, like willpower, means having a strong heart. When a person has an intense desire, his will is strong. Strong-willed people are quite fascinating, don't you think?" The concept of will, both willpower and inherited will, is constant throughout the series, with the will of D linked to the brewing storm readers can see fast approaching. I'll definitely keep the fact Oda wanted to clearly define will in mind. One reader asked if the Straw Hats ever fall in love, wondering if there are any romantic relationships between crew members, adding that Sanji is exempt from Oda's response. And Oda replied, "They're all in love with their grand adventure," which I deeply appreciate. I wouldn't mind Sanji getting himself a slightly dangerous lady to keep him in check, rope him up a little bit, but I'm glad Oda seems to have no intentions of pairing his main characters up aside from that. In response to a question about how long the story will run, Oda replied, "One Piece was originally to be a 5-year story. I've always had the last chapter clear in my mind, but it's taken longer than 5 years to build up the storyline, and so the pirates have been on a 9-year adventure, and I don't know how much longer it will take." And later, as part of another answer, he says, "What I want to do hasn't changed at all. It's where all sorts of stories come together, and the final chapter is the most fun. The story of One Piece is still in the middle. I hope you can read the whole thing through. I'm still challenging myself to create stories that no one has ever read before." The intent Oda has to make the last chapter of One Piece the most fun says so much about not only his world, but also about himself. It limits finale theories to just a few things, but I think an upbeat final chapter will be perfect to conclude this grand adventure. One reader asked what parts of the manga are done by assistants and which parts are done by Oda. His response was, "My staff draws the backgrounds for me. They look at my rough sketches and groundwork, then draw everything up very carefully. The difference with other comics is probably that things like crowds, animals, smoke, clouds, oceans, and anything that lives and moves are all drawn by me. When you depend on other people to draw moving things, the presentation becomes a little off sometimes, a little awkward even. But with this, it's more like something I refuse to let others do because I'm stubborn." The fact that Oda considers clouds and oceans living, moving things is really cool, especially with the ocean's characterization in the series. Knowing that Oda draws the oceans and clouds makes me want to go back and stare at clouds in every scene to see if there are any foreshadowy details about how they're drawn, or if how they're drawn changes over time. In response to the question, if I eat Luffy, will I become a rubber man? Oda replied, no, you'll just get food poisoning. Which, yes, could be a joke, because the man does love to troll people in SBS questions sometimes. But this is enough to debunk the Blackbeard got Whitebeard's powers by eating his heart theory, which felt maybe kind of grotesque for the series, to me at least. It wasn't a bad theory since Big Mom seemingly got Mother Caramel's powers after eating her, but maybe it can be something more symbolic, like devil fruit abilities are drawn to those with great willpower. And about Oda's addiction to drawing ladies a certain way, just look at this SBS response. The first time I saw this, I was horrified, but also he's so self-aware about what he's doing. I mean, of course, I wish he did better, drew more varied body types, but on some level, I guess it's admirable. The man knows what he likes. Going into arcs with more potential focus on Kid, Arouge, and Blackbeard, I resorted to looking at these SBS hobbies and real-world occupation charts to get a better read on their personalities, and just about passed out. Why is one of Arouge's hobbies debauchery? And why would he want to own a hostess club IRL? We haven't even met this guy, and his main personality trait is horny. I really wanted to like him since he's our last worst gen member, but I'm getting the vibe he might not be an entirely good person. But at the same time, these responses make Blackbeard look like a harmless history student, while Kid over here wants to be a weapons dealer, so I don't know how necessarily accurate it is to judge them based on these charts. Killer's dream job, being pasta chef, to contrast Mr. Mafia Trader over here, is hilarious though. I wonder how Kid would manage without his stabilizing force. Maybe we can work that into a theory later. And lastly, just 2 panels to ground me from getting too serious as we get into theories. If Luffy is fireproof because he's got guts, and Sanji can light up because he's passionate, we can be a little chill about some details in this shonen manga with a big focus on fantasy and humor. Not everything has to line up perfectly, as long as it's cool in the end. Okay, this entire endeavor was an excuse to theory craft about One Piece, so let's get into character predictions.
Family, 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 family.
Going into the final saga, here's every piece on the game board. Every character I think has an important role to play going forward. There's around 36 of them, maybe more. Balancing plot and satisfying character resolutions might be tough in a limited amount of chapters, but I hope Oda can do it. Starting with Law. Law is my second favorite character in the entire series, so just know everything I'm about to say is said with the utmost love. In a contest for the fictional character with the most sopping wet, pathetic cat energy, Law could definitely rank high. His cool demeanor and rad devil fruit powers, along with his tsundere personality, just make it so much funnier when you see him getting rolled repeatedly by Doflamingo and dragged around by Luffy's shenanigans. There's a reason why he's such a fan favorite. In addition to being physically attractive, especially after Oda gave his female form a canonical appearance so he could appeal to the girls, the guys, and the gays, which is that Law boosts the humor of every arc he appears in. His sort of edgy, hot topic, emo phase energy makes him the perfect counterbalance to the Straw Hat's chaotic, goofy energy. After a while, we get used to Luffy's ridiculous nature, but then post-time skip, Law is added to the friend pile, and we immediately get hit with this gem of a scene, and just know their alliance is going to be funny as hell. All I can say is, 1, I'm glad Law hasn't used his body swapping ability since Punk Hazard, because it would get old quick, and 2, the Silent Room power he debuted in Wano was perfect. Absolutely beautiful. About Law's current status in the story, worry not, I've come up with a theory/prediction to not only save him, but also keep him story relevant, at the cost of a little psychological torture. Last we left off, Beppo was swimming with a heavily injured Law away from Winter Island and their fight with Blackbeard, which the Heart Pirates lost. The closest landmass to Winter Island seems to be Elbaf, where we last saw Shanks whipping Kid. So what if Beppo swims toward Elbaf and Shanks, who was leaving the island, crosses paths with them in the ocean? In a couple mildly concerning recent scenes, we got to see Shanks declare he'd begin striving for the One Piece as he entered himself into the competition. One of his first moves seemed to be meeting with the 5 elders of the world government and talking with them about a certain pirate. As the world government already seems to know a decent amount about Luffy and Blackbeard, as seen in Emu's little tantrum room, I wonder if the pirate Shanks gave intel about was Law. Specifically because as of the end of Wano, I'm pretty sure Law is the only pirate with the D middle initial who doesn't have the D on his actual bounty poster. That doesn't prove the world government didn't already know Law was a D, but I feel like maybe they didn't, otherwise they would have put it on the poster. Specifically as Law is a D with the Op no Mi, which is a devil fruit with the potential to perform immortality surgery. Shanks ratting Law out to the world government may give him additional leverage in an alliance discussion with Law. Something along the lines of, listen, the world government is after you and your crew is in trouble, ally with me and I can help you out. That may sound devious and manipulative, but I'm actually quite partial to a more mastermind-esque Shanks characterization. Since Buggy and Luffy are quite bumbling and impulsive, it would be nice if Shanks could put up more of an intellectual fight to match wits with Blackbeard, who has been shown to be calculating, as Blackbeard recently collected a new chess piece for the game in the form of pudding, an asset with the potential to read poneglyphs. It would make perfect sense for Shanks, another player, to add Law to his side of the board. If Shanks scoops Law out of the ocean and patches him up, that would give me some peace of mind, not going to lie, because it would mean both that Law is physically safe and being taken care of, but also that we'll see Law again, as Luffy's inevitable confrontation with Shanks is something everyone's looking forward to. Other theories of where Law could end up include Zoe, since Beppo is a mink with a homing instinct to the elephant who walked to Wano at the end of the arc, so it's not too far away, though Zunisha did leave again, so who knows where it is right now. Or Luffy and the gang could pick him up again when they arrive at Elbaf after leaving Egghead, but I don't think those explanations are as interesting plot-wise. Zunisha doesn't seem to be heading further down the Grand Line, so Law wouldn't be making any forward progress sticking around Zoe, and as much as I love him, he's been traveling with the Straw Hats for a while now, and it'd be more interesting to keep the spot open for a different traveling companion going forward. It's fun to imagine how a conversation between Shanks and Law could go, since they're both blessed in the brain department, which is amusingly unusual for the series. I think Law would be smart enough to understand that he'll lose some of his agency by accepting an alliance, quotation marks, with Shanks. But honestly, does he really have a choice if he wants to help his crew? Additionally, Shanks might offer some knowledge about the Will of D, which could pique Law's interest. Anyways, that was a long-winded explanation for a theory that I mainly support because it opens up the potential for a future Law versus Luffy fight, which I'm fiending for. At some point, Shanks could send Law to stall Luffy while he does something resulting in a fight, which probably wouldn't occur otherwise. Listen, I don't know if it's likely, but you gotta admit it'd be so cool on a visual level alone. Just imagining Luffy's white clouds and Law's blue electricity clashing. That's the good stuff. Aside from that, Blackbeard seems to have damaged Law's eyes. It'll be clear when the fight's animated, but I wonder if permanent eye damage would hinder his powers or ability to grant immortality. I hope not, since my preferred payoff for the immortality surgery plot point is Law offering to use it on Luffy at the end of the series, and Luffy turning him down, breaking the cycle that Emu represents. But permanent eye damage would be kind of cool. Furthermore, while fighting Big Mom in Wano, Law says, "Can't believe I have to beat this monster just so I can learn more about history," which is so funny, but summarizes his mindset after Dressrosa pretty well. He just wants to protect his crew and learn about history. It's kind of messed up he's getting dragged around by big shots with grand ambitions when he just wants to visit a library and have a study session. But honestly, I'm not too worried about Law. It feels like he'll be okay. The disaster I am worried about is Kid. When Law loses and gets beat up, it's low-key endearing because he tries his best, so the universe feels like it's looking out for him. When he went to Dressrosa, he made sure to leave his crew somewhere safe so they didn't get dragged into his mess. When he proposed an alliance with Luffy, he gave him multiple opportunities to walk away. When his men were captured by Hawkins, he accepted torture to set them free. It's like the world knows he's trying his hardest and cuts him a little slack. When Kid loses and gets beat up, it's always so tough to watch because we can see a lot of his situations are his fault. When he challenged the red-haired fleet and lost his arm to Ben Beckman, when he wouldn't temporarily surrender even as a ruse to Kaido, and when he decided to attack Shanks on Elbaf. These situations are all ones he gets himself into because he overestimates himself, underestimates his opponents, and doesn't take the time to think before acting. As a result of his rashness, he loses his arm, Killer eats a smile fruit, and his ship and crew get smashed into the ocean. This last loss against Shanks was extra rough because it really seemed Kid was starting to have character growth in Wano after seeing how his actions affected his first mate. But as soon as they left and that security blanket was back, he goes off and does something dumb again. Something which not only puts himself at risk, but also his entire crew. It's just rough to watch him continually fail knowing that as a captain, he can and needs to do better. Kid is super interesting to me because it always felt like he was supposed to play a massive role in the series, but so far he's kind of been overshadowed by Law. Even going back to the Sabondi volume cover featuring the Supernovas pre-time skip, flanking Luffy at the front of the pack are Law and Kid, who've had this sort of opposites dynamic ever since. Whereas Law is analytical and puts on a cool as a cucumber persona, from his design alone, you can immediately tell Kid is headstrong, impulsive, and boisterous. Although it's painful to hear him proclaim he'll be the one to find the One Piece, it's hard not to admire his belief in himself. Some of my favorite pieces of artwork from the series involve interactions between the three rivals, where Luffy and Kid are squabbling, and Law is just along for the ride, but under that chill persona, he's just as bad as they are. Playing chicken with an Emperor's deadly attack, goading each other to basically jump their ships off a cliff. Come on, it doesn't get better than that. So needless to say, we need more Kid content to balance out the trio's screen time. Though Killer being his voice of reason and strategist is amazing and easily my favorite aspect of his character, I almost wonder if this recent defeat is a way for Oda to separate the two, to give Kid an opportunity to grow as a person. Since Kid is not a super passive character, I can't see him bending at the waist for some big shot Yonko or being strategic enough to come up with a complex long-term plan involving betrayal. Shanks doesn't seem to want anything to do with him, and Kid probably wouldn't kneel to someone who defeated him, especially when Shanks has been his target for years. The Cross Guild may add a potential fourth member in the future to fill out the bottom quadrant of the X, but I don't see Croc or Mihawk respecting Kid enough to partner with him at the moment. If Kid pulls a Kuzan, I'll cry because, good lord, he better not. But yeah, also unlikely because what mutual benefit would there be? Would Kid really accept calling someone Commodore? My best prediction is Kid might ride along with the Straw Hats for a little bit in a parallel to earlier arcs where Law rode along with us. It could be a lot of fun because we get to know Kid more, and it could also be a humbling moment for him. For example, if Killer turns out to be seriously injured, in a coma or something, and Kid needs to learn how to think before jumping into danger and consider consequences for his actions, being around the crew could give him some cushioning to stumble and find his footing. Unlike other Yonko, Luffy is very friendly and unassuming. He doesn't act in a way which would hurt Kid's pride. In his eyes, they're equals regardless of power. They are rivals. Maybe Kid's crew could recuperate on Elbaf, or they got captured and he has to save them or something. Regardless, it'd be fun to adventure with him for a while. Maybe take this rabid dog on a walk to the moon or something. Or maybe we could take him on the quest to find Burn Scar. That way, Kid gets his character development arc and we get to progress the plot. Regardless, the TLDR is Luffy could fix him, or at least give him the chance to fix himself. Right now, as much as I'd love the idea Kid helps Killer open a pasta restaurant at the end of his story, maybe more likely is the conclusion that Kid just keeps pirating as Luffy's rival challenging him to petty duels and random side quests and adventures, even after Luffy becomes Pirate King. Pudding is our third recently freed up chess piece, and boy, am I intrigued by her as well. Her racial trait seems like a plot device power, and if Blackbeard doesn't find another way to read the poneglyphs, her powers will definitely awaken, so he can stay in the running for Pirate King. Getting away from Big Mom and having a chance to see the world could also spur some character growth for her, and maybe she'll be more mature next time we see her. Emotionally, I'm cheering Katakuri on to lead a group of siblings to save her, but that's not going to happen until Blackbeard doesn't need her anymore, because otherwise the big bad would lose his game piece. The resolution of Pudding's character arc will hopefully be her gaining the ability to love herself and some independence from Big Mom. And last but not least, our final freed piece is Vivi. She's always been part of the crew, and everyone knows it. Come on, we can have her back. At least for a little bit. At least for 1 or 2 adventures. By separating her from Alabasta and her responsibilities for the moment, Oda's pretty much made this the one and only chance we have to go on another adventure with her. She'll probably have to return to Alabasta when the current conflict with Emu is resolved, since King Cobra died, but until then, the safest place for her is probably with the crew. If we ever see each other again, will you call me your shipmate? Come on. Not convinced? Here are some extra tidbits. Oda used to have this format for cover stories where he'd do a cover story, then draw a bunch of one-off pieces of the Straw Hat crew just vibing before doing another cover story. And in many of those crew sections, Vivi got pieces alongside the main crewmates when few other characters showed up at all, let alone multiple times. Vivi also taught Luffy one of his first lessons as a captain, and in Alabasta, the ex-imposter plotline led to perhaps the most memorable panel of the arc, the spread of the Straw Hats raising their arms in unity with her. Well, with one of Blackbeard's captains, Katarina Devon, now sporting a similar shape-shifting ability to Bon Clay's, wouldn't it be a rad amplification if we got a similar imposter plotline with Vivi on the crew again, but this time they don't need the X's because they've known each other for so long? It'd be so satisfying. I love amplifications. The only real con of Vivi joining is since Nami's grown out her hair since the time skip, with 3 ladies who Oda draws virtually the same, all having long hair, it's gonna start getting tough to tell them apart in certain situations. Actually, I wouldn't mind Vivi getting a Yona of the Dawn hair cutting moment, though. That could be cool and remedy the issue, while also giving her a rad new design. If Luffy doesn't get to have Vivi, my second choice player would definitely be Emu, which could be an opportunity for Oda to give us some lore dumps. For example, I could see Emu reminiscing about the old days to Lily's ancestor, revealing some information about the Void Century we may not otherwise get to hear. And if Emu got Vivi, that would divide the 4 pieces evenly among the 4 major players, each player getting to have 1 piece, pun unintentional, which would be cool. I do hope Luffy gets both Vivi and Kid, though. Adventuring with both of them seems like a good time. Segueing into the players, let's start with Shanks. The man's great. He's so intrinsic to the grand image of pirates which overarches the series. from the first chapter, he and his crew have shaped how Luffy and we as the audience see piracy. The freedom aspect, the bonding aspect, the steadfast kindness aspect. The more I reflect on the bar scene, the more I love it and Shanks as a character. By watching Shanks in the past, we understand so much about Luffy and why our rubbery son grew into the man he is with the values he has. And throughout the series, Shanks has been a constant distant goal, a benchmark of power for Luffy to strive toward. I won't lie, the contrast between the jolly alcoholic Shanks from his pre-time skip scene with Mihawk and the more recent calculating Shanks is terrifying. But at the end of the day, he's probably not a bad guy. The recent chapters, especially the scene where Shanks talked to the Gorosei, have him looking suspicious, but I'd posit the nature of the relationship to be stabilizing forces for the status quo, an alignment of interests which lasted for years but ended when Shanks declares he'd begin striving for the One Piece in chapter 1054. On Shanks's link with the Gorosei and his past, I agree with the popular theory he's at least part celestial dragon. During the flashbacks with Odin, Roger hints he used to spend a lot of time with an infant who wouldn't be his own child, since we know Ace was his only child and he wasn't born until after Roger's execution. The idea Roger picked up a baby Shanks during the God Valley incident and raised him is pretty much canon to me, as Shanks is 39 years old, and the God Valley incident took place 38 years ago, meaning he would have been around 1 year old at the time, on an island swarming with celestial dragons, the Roger Pirates, and chaos. Shanks is also seen to have had an incredibly strong bond with Roger and was completely unfazed by speaking to 5 of the most powerful figures of the world government when he was a wanted pirate worth billions. Him being half celestial dragon just makes everything click. About Luffy's long-awaited confrontation with Shanks, I adore the theory it'll be a Davy back fight. Somehow Long Ring Long Land foreshadowing one of the biggest moments of the entire series seems so fitting and satisfying. When Foxy appeared in Stampede, I just about had a heart attack, and if that was hinting the fact he's going to appear in the story again, perhaps as a member of the Red Fleet, and was a member the entire time, 10 out of 10, One Piece would be the best manga ever. Especially since this pirate-hugging Shanks in chapter 1076 does look vaguely like Foxy, janky Luffy drawn Jolly Roger and all. Foxy glomping Shanks was not on my bingo card, not in my wildest dreams, but somehow it's such a cute mental image. I love the relationship this man seems to have with his fleet. The fact they know their captain is one of the strongest men on the planet, yet they feel comfortable enough to hug him casually like this, and Shanks is just used to the physical affection. Good vibes, good vibes. He may not have ever become Roger, but he's fostered a lot of the new generation and helped out people the best he could. The Shanks-Davy back fight could switch things up a little to be more exciting by raising stakes or changing rules if needed, and that could be chalked up to Foxy just being a goofball and forgetting rules or hosting his own version of things on Long Ring Long Land. And aside from a non-lethal way for the two crews to clash and bond, a Davy back fight could be the perfect plot device to drop Vivi off in another safe place after we adventure with her for a little bit if Oda doesn't want her as part of the crew during the final fight. For example, we could have her for a little bit, get that Katarina Devon shape-shifting plot payoff, and then during the Davy back fight, Shanks could win and take Vivi, promising to keep her safe from Emu's goons while the Straw Hats embark on more dangerous missions. Or the opposite, and the Straw Hats could take Vivi off of Shanks's hands after he rescued her from somewhere. And if Oda needs to introduce another character with a plot device power for a later arc, he could give a Red Fleet member that plot device power and temporarily add them to the crew through the Davy back fight as well. I'm thinking a teleportation power, a lock-picking power, an informant/clairvoyance power, etc., etc. Lastly, Shanks' story arc finale. I see Shanks as a character who desperately wants to change the status quo, but doesn't have the power to do so, and thus has had to act as a stabilizing force for decades. When we first met Buggy in Orangetown, he described Shanks as soft, and much later in Odin's flashback, we see as a kid Shanks was a bit of a crybaby. I love this panel of Shanks holding onto Roger after he returned from Laugh Tale and sobbing because the question he asked probably had something to do with saving Roger's life. And when Roger said no, there was no way to save his life, Shanks had to accept his dad, essentially, was going to die. In another cover story, Roger saves the boys from a lion which had them stranded in a tree, and again we see young Shanks bawling, showing, yes, Buggy, his best friend, was right. He has always been kind-hearted. Recently, Buggy's flashbacks to their conversation in Logtown after Roger's execution gave us so much insight into Shanks as a person. Instead of choosing to strive for the treasure and actively change the world himself, he decided to wait for and support someone else. Perhaps at the time he believed the one with the power to change the world was Roger's son, Ace. But by all respects, Shanks was Roger's son as well. And this is a fact I don't know if Shanks understood, but Buggy certainly did. For all the shit we give Buggy, this detail makes him so lovable because he was ready to follow Shanks to the ends of the earth. Buggy thought Shanks could do it, could change the world, but Shanks couldn't believe that himself, and that's why Buggy was so angry he left. By all accounts, this is a flaw of Shanks's, and I love the fact the strongest perhaps hockey in the entire series is bound by a character who we've only seen wield it to defend. When he saved Luffy and lost an arm, when he tried to convince Whitebeard to call Ace back, when he chased Green Bull from Wano, when he protected his crew from Kid. I love it when powers are bound and strengthened by their users' values. Not only is it some of the coolest characterization, but it also grounds the fantasy elements and makes battles more fun to theorize about. Because of the type of person Shanks is, I wonder if he'll die in the final conflict. By all thematic accounts, it would make perfect sense, especially as the older generations are making way for the new generation. Now, it's not strictly necessary. There are other characters I hope will die more and have been death flagged, like Garp, Rayleigh, Marco, Blackbeard, etc. But man, if not for one certain detail, I would have said it's off the table. But since One Piece is a series about inherited will and people not dying after they're dead as long as their dreams live on, Makino's baby could be a plot device to allow Oda to kill Shanks off. If Shanks is the father of this child, who Oda has made it a point to draw multiple times and even gave a cheeky answer when fans asked who the father was, it'd be super satisfying to mourn for Shanks, but then get to cheer on the successor of his will. Now, Oda might not have the balls to sack off such a popular character, but it'd make the finale feel weightier if he did. I'd also be fine if Shanks retired to the East Blue to run Party's bar with Makino and raise their kid. Something about the idea of pirates retiring really tickles me. Like, okay, wild child, you deserve the rest after years of adventuring. I also love the detail that Bellamy retired. He's such a funny dude, and I hope he's having a good time painting his flags. Blackbeard. Blackbeard is an enigma to me. What does this man want? Why is he doing all of this? Recently, when talking to Kuzan, he declared he wants to turn Full Lead into a member of the world government and be the king of Blackbeard Kingdom. Right out the gate, I don't believe him. He's larger than life. He's schemed for decades. He's gathered so much power. There's no way he wants to submit to the world government's thumb. Would he really be satisfied with just ruling one island, and not even a free island, one that has to pay heavenly tribute to a higher power? Surely he jests. If I had to guess, Blackbeard's dream is probably to rule the world or something. He did say so during his fight with Ace, but then again, who knows if he was serious? I don't trust a word out of his mouth. It's possible each of the three souls in him have different goals, but they seem pretty united as of now, often actively switching out in service of completing a task or a fight. It's also possible Blackbeard never sleeping is a thematic hint that he doesn't dream, so he doesn't have a dream, so he's just doing whatever he wants and feels no remorse for it. That would be a chilling realization and would explain why Luffy dislikes him so much, Personality 2 at least, but also Personality 2's most famous line is shouting that people's dreams don't ever end. By all means, he seems to encourage dreams, first telling Luffy the Sky Island is real, then telling him the One Piece is real. If Blackbeard doesn't have a dream, that would mean every time he says something like this, he's lying just to rile up other people's dreams. But what would be the benefit of that? Can he harness dream energy somehow, the way the Ancient Kingdom did? Does he just like inciting people? The only solid detail about him I put weight on is his enjoyment of studying history. But even then, he hasn't been shown to actively look for poneglyphs, which should be his first priority by all accounts, unless he's already read all of them somehow. He doesn't even seem all too interested in the One Piece so far, even though Laugh Tale probably contains the most important historical text of all time, the Record of the Void Century. This man. Here's what I'm getting so far. Blackbeard is a dude with 3 personalities / souls and probably 3 hearts to match, who doesn't have the ability to fall asleep. Each of his souls can wield 1 devil fruit power, and thus far we've for certain met 2 personalities and 2 fruit powers. One we first met in the bar on Jaya, and that personality 1 wields the Logia darkness fruit power, which amplifies damage done to him, but nullifies other devil fruit powers in return. The second we met on the street in Jaya, and that personality 2 wields the Paramecia earthquake fruit power, which used to belong to Whitebeard. The switches between these 2 personalities are most apparent when Blackbeard is around Luffy, who acts very differently, more on guard and angry around personality 2. As far as I can tell, we haven't met personality 3 or devil fruit power 3 yet, but it's possible fruit power 3 is an awakened zone type, which makes this 3 power system possible. Perhaps it's something with 3 hearts like a giant squid. Blackbeard's personalities seem able to communicate information, perhaps memories, but not necessarily senses like taste, as shown by Personality 2 needing to taste the cherry pie himself in Jaya. A student of history, Blackbeard knows a good deal about devil fruits and specifically sought out the darkness fruit for some reason. Putting a lot of stock on the concept of fate, he's opportunistic and often makes plans to reap the greatest benefits while doing the least work himself. For example, piggybacking off of Luffy's work in Impel Down and swooping in at the last moment at Marineford. His entire crew at this point seems to be outfitted with devil fruit powers in contrast to his Yonko counterpart Shanks, whose entire crew seems devoid of devil fruit users. Also, in contrast to Shanks, who represents an equilibrium, a world in balance, Blackbeard seems to represent instability, a force of chaos. So far, Blackbeard has been a fantastic and unnerving antagonist, and his final confrontation with Luffy, or perhaps the world itself, is something I'm looking forward to a lot. With a craft flying his flag arriving at Egghead, I have a feeling his crew will be worming their way into many of the arcs to come, which is quite exciting since it makes a lot of sense the Straw Hats will start running into dangerous, opportunistic pirates as they travel further in the Grand Line. The complications his captains will start causing might make things more unpredictable, always a plus. As for Blackbeard himself, I'm not sure what message Oda wants to convey with him yet, but as long as the ending of his story is fitting, like him drowning in the ocean as the ultimate price to his power, I'll be satisfied. Theory-wise, I'm not opposed to the idea Personality 2 is some form of the deceased Roxy Isabek possessing him, since it'd be a cool tie-up of details and shows Zebek's great willpower. Luffy, our very own captain himself, and my favorite character of the series, Luffy is truly someone special, not only in the world of One Piece, but also in the world outside of the story. Especially rereading the manga and picking up on all the little details of Luffy's personality and his kindness, despite his own struggles and flaws. He just steals your heart. He won over Zoro, he won over Nami, he won over Law, he'll win over you. He grows on you like a mutualistic fungus. Luffy is the kind of character who inspires you to improve yourself, and that's real powerful. This time through, the scene which hit me the hardest with realization was the Logtown execution scene, where despite believing he was going to die right then and there, Luffy smiled, and he smiled fearlessly with his entire heart. He smiled because even way back then, all the way in Logtown, he was satisfied with the connections he formed. At that point, he'd met Zoro, Nami, Usopp, and Sanji, and he was happy with the bonds they created, the adventures they shared together. He'd essentially found all the treasure he needed to satisfy himself already. Anything after that was a bonus. Luffy was straight up as happy then as Roger was at the end of his journey, and that realization is beautiful. Especially with the knowledge that Luffy was extremely lonely as a kid, yearning for connections to the point where we even saw him tear up in Volume 1 when Shanks called him his friend. In contrast with Berserk, which presents a struggle between connection and ambition, in One Piece, the answer is connection every time. Luffy doesn't hesitate in choosing. He puts his connections before his desires, even for friends he just met, like in Amazon Lily, when Boa asks him to choose between a ship off the island and reverting the snake girls back from Stone. Berserk fans, don't skewer me for saying this. Obviously, it's more complex than that because that struggle is one of the main conflicts of the first arcs of the Seinen series, while how connections support dreams is a more central theme of One Piece, which is a shonen series. But I just thought it was a fun observation to bring up because it could help us understand Luffy and some potential future events better. In many points during One Piece, both before and after the time skip, you get the feeling that if Luffy died without having become Pirate King, he would have still been satisfied. He set out to adventure and have fun on the high seas with friends, and that's something he's achieved over and over again. As readers, we have high hopes for Luffy, like destroying a corrupt government's rule and changing the world. But Goldie Roger was unable to achieve those higher ambitions, yet he was still satisfied enough to smile during his execution. I fully believe Roger was happy in the end, having sailed the Grand Line with his crew. Viewing it as Luffy has already found the greatest treasure in the world and everything onward is bonus goodness is a fun way to view the series, especially endgame arcs, because it's freeing. Luffy does now have to protect Robin and his found family, but especially with the Gear 5 Divinity Awakening, you get the sense you're watching a fully realized person reach previously impossible heights. Luffy's reached the peak. Can he get any higher than this? And the answer is yes, he can. With his crew at his side, not even the sky's the limit. I just love this little rubber dude. And if he dies at the end of the series, I'll cry so hard. There's a ton of foreshadowing for it, but I don't know if Oda wants to go that direction, even after all these death flags. I keep thinking back to when he said he wants the final chapter of the story to be the most fun, and surely it can't be the most fun without Luffy, right? For the wrap-ups of the crew's story arcs, there are only a couple hooks I desperately want resolutions for. For the others, as long as they have some cool fights to show off their skills, it's all good. For Zoro, I'm gonna need him to fight Tashigi and fight her seriously. He's gonna beat her, no question, but he needs to resolve his dead friend issues. For Nami, heading into the final stretch with a focus on locations and navigation to Lodestar and then to Laugh Tale, hopefully she gets some extra moments to shine. For Usopp, the plot seeds sown back in Little Garden are finally ready to blossom with Elbaf. As long as he gets some focus on that island, it'll be good. No Zoro in Wano type shafting though, if things start getting hectic. I hope he at least gets to tell a tall tale to some giants and lead a group into battle. Also, it looks like he was interested in the sea power bubbles on Egghead, so he might be on Seraphim control duty during the final conflict with the world government. For Sanji, gotta be honest, Whole Cake didn't super fix the issues I have with him because Oda doesn't see them as issues. My favorite Sanji moments are when he's in Mr. Prince mode, not the detail that he runs off feeling the need to get results to prove his worth, not that, and I'm glad he doesn't do that anymore, but more the intelligence. When he was talking to Croc on the phone in Little Garden, when he rescued the crew from the Banana Gator cage in Alabasta, when he sussed out Law's motivations in Dressrosa. Smart Sanji is best Sanji, and I love it when he has those little moments to shine, so more of that would be great. I'd also love more scenes of him feeding hungry people, but maybe Oda fumbled it a bit with Wano. I don't really foresee hunger being a major factor again on that large of a scale. Also, Jin can we see Jin again before the end of the series? I miss the dude. For Chopper, honestly, he had some good moments with Ethics and Queen in Wano. I'm pretty satisfied with his story. For Robin, I loved her Wano moments as well, both with her saving Sanji and later confidently saying her friends would protect her. So sweet. Maybe reuniting with Saul will be cute. That could happen on Elbaf when she goes to visit the salvaged O'Hara books, perhaps. For Frankie, a cool battle boost with green blood to amp up the awesome mech factor, perhaps. He spent the time skip surrounded by Vegapunk's technology, so I'm feeling some power-up compatibility. For Brook, there is a lingering detail. He used to lead a battle convoy in a certain kingdom years ago, which may or may not be relevant at all. Also, he's kind of old, so maybe he knows some information that could come in clutch about the state of the world in the past. Aside from that, maybe one really good fight where he shows off his skills would be fun. And lastly, Jinbei is still fresh and cool. His fighting style is unique. He's a pretty realized person. Honestly, he doesn't need much of an arc. Watching Luffy change the world will probably fulfill Jinbei's dream or take a massive step toward it. Emu. Whereas Shanks represents balance, and Blackbeard represents chaos, and Luffy represents progress, I'm getting the read Emu will represent the past, or the idea of being bound by the past, stuck in the past, romanticizing the past. We know they're one of the original 20 founders, likely frozen in age by an immortality surgery operation. We know they surround themselves in an idyllic garden, locked away from reality, and keep a giant straw hat relic preserved in a cold room. We know they had a government with a fixation on censorship and erasure. These details all paint the picture of a being who has a delusional relationship with the world and doesn't want it to change, a concept which runs counter to the natural state of any planet. Everything is always changing. Gonna say it right now, if Luffy at some point during their confrontation doesn't stare at Emu with that wide-eyed expression of his and say, "Aren't you lonely?" I'll eat a cardboard mailer. I'll eat it on camera. The certainty I have that Luffy's going to take one look at this all-powerful being and immediately blurt out, "Isn't it lonely up there at the top by yourself?" is immense, because he's someone who just says what he's thinking. He said the same line to the old man on Long Ring Long Land after finding out he'd gotten separated from his village, and gotta agree with Luffy on this one. Emu's position seems miserable. Even if they used to be an awful celestial dragon type person, eternal solitary confinement essentially is not a punishment I'd wish on anyone. Madness from loneliness is a concept touched upon in One Piece with Brook, and I wouldn't be surprised if Emu is revealed to be mentally unstable to some degree, because 800 years is a long time to be sitting in a butterfly garden by yourself. The only solution to the Emu problem I can really think of is either killing Emu, which seems unlikely unless someone other than Luffy does it, maybe Blackbeard, or having Law reverse the immortality surgery somehow. Having the final party with Emu attending before they die sounds super fun, but I don't know, maybe that's too cheesy. I could also see Emu just shriveling up, Conjuro Flame Demon style after they lose, and then disintegrating into nothingness. Luffy, Blackbeard, and Shirahoshi are the pictures Emu has slashed up in their room, and the common factor between these three is their ability to change the world. I will say, cutting up posters seems quite childish, so I wonder if that's foreshadowing Emu was made immortal at a young age and still hasn't matured mentally because of it. In their hand, we also see them holding another picture, this one of Vivi. Emu later orders Vivi brought to them, and the way they demand things is also quite childish under a certain light. Do you think Oda is going to give the BBG a tragic flashback? He may not be able to resist. Regarding Emu's pieces, the Gorosei are scary, especially whatever demon summoning thing they have going on, but gotta be honest, they don't really terrify me anymore, especially after reading their thoughts about the Gum Gum fruit and realizing they probably aren't immortal monsters. After all, they're just corrupt politicians, I guess. Compared to Blackbeard, they're just not as cool. I do want to see what their powers are, like time reversal or energy drain or something, but for now, the Holy Knights. Also not sure how to feel about them at the moment. I think they might have been introduced to give the Revolutionary Army commanders opponents to fight during the war. We've only seen one clearly so far, Saint Figarland, and he already pissed me off by killing Milesguard, but the fights might be cool if they have exclusive powers. That is something to look forward to. Buggy. This disaster man and his continual fall upwards. The way he's somehow gotten Croc and Mihawk entangled with him and yanked all of them into the running for the One Piece. Incredible. To be so pathetic yet admirable at the same time is... He's something special. I love this new design with the stretched red air suit to make him look bigger than he is, and the fact they made his hair blonde in Stampede and it looked canon was amazing. His hair is fabulous, and only a diva could draw out these reactions from Croc and Mihawk, two normally very stoic characters. As for where Buggy's story will go, there's a theory Buggy could trip and fall into Shanks and Luffy's Davy back fight, yanking Mihawk with him and possibly losing him, which could give Shanks and Mihawk the chance to catch up again if the theory that Mihawk used to be Shanks' first mate is correct. Think a Zoro to Shanks' Luffy. Seeing Buggy get bullied by a Davy back fight, it sounds like a great time. And the events could be catastrophically misconstrued by the media with a headline of 3 great emperors of the sea clash in a bloody conflict. When the dust cleared, only Emperor Buggy was left standing, or something wild, when the reality is Luffy and Shanks just left him there on the island after their get-together. A Shanks and Buggy reunion does sound cute, too. Maybe the ships sailed on that front, though. As for long-term Buggy events, let's get some payoff for the plot thread of Buggy searching for Captain John's treasure. The poor dude's been looking for it since he was a kid. At this point, he just deserves to find it. In chapter 233, we see Buggy and crew are searching a random skull-shaped island for the treasure, don't find it, and they say Buggy had them digging on the wrong island. Since then, Luffy gave Buggy the armband map in Impel Down, and we've also seen another skull-shaped island. Specifically, I'm referring to Full of Lead, or Pirate Island, which has a giant skull slab smack in the middle of it. Full of Lead also happens to be the place where the Rocks pirates were formed, of which Captain John was a member. Likely, John's treasure is hidden somewhere on Full Lead, and I hope Buggy has the chance to claim it after Blackbeard's defeated and the danger factor on the place lowers a bit. He could pay off his debts to Croc potentially, regain his freedom, and set up a cereal company to become a household celebrity. How funny would it be if Luffy was king of the pirates, but Buggy was the most famous pirate because kids ate cereal with his face on it in the mornings? I am joking, but hopefully Buggy's final scene has the same sort of levity, something goofy like that, which maintains his image of grandeur while being so silly only Buggy could make it work. Mihawk. The Mihawk was Shanks's first mate theory I mentioned earlier is by a YouTuber who makes such thought out and detailed videos that I'm convinced they put more thought into them than Oda does. I'll link the Mihawk one below, but essentially they're saying it's weird that Mihawk is a pirate without a crew or a real ship, hypothesizing he used to be Shanks's hawk. Haha, get it? Mihawk? But left the red-haired pirates after Shanks gave up his arm for Luffy and lost the ability to hold both his sword and his bird. The thought of that makes me want to cry. I will say it's probably not as deep as a borderline homoerotic rivalry where Shanks had to choose, so he chose his sword, but the image is soul-crushing and I do love it. Canonically, I can see Mihawk originally being Shanks's number 2 and his combat partner, but when Shanks gave up his arm, Mihawk probably saw it as an insult, thinking along the lines of, did our rivalry, parentheses, friendship, mean so little to you that you'd throw it away for a random kid? By giving up his arm to protect Luffy, Shanks invested in the new generation, but it is true he could no longer fight with Mihawk, especially if the arm he lost was his dominant arm and he had to retrain himself over a period of years, and fighting is likely how the two bonded. That all is just a theory, of course, but I do like it because it gives Mihawk more depth and enriches Luffy and Zoro's dynamic as a result. Where Shanks and Mihawk couldn't balance ambition and loyalty, Zoro kneels at Mihawk's feet during the time skip, setting aside his own pride and ambition to be the best friend he can for Luffy. Powerful. Without the extra backstory, Mihawk is just some super strong dude, which is fine too. Not sure where his epic fight with Zoro will take place, but I hope it's good. Crocodile. Oh, Croco boy. First, his plot hook, his secret with Iva. Gotta admit, unless the secret is something immediately and significantly plot relevant, I don't care that much. Since Iva's the secret keeper, the only reasonable guesses are 1, Croc's secret has to do with Iva's hormone fruit powers, or 2, Croc's secret has to do with the Revolutionary Army. There is a well-known theory that encompasses both of those aspects. Whether or not Croco Mom/Dad is likely to be canon, I don't know. During the Summit War, I kept an eye out for Croc's reactions to things, but didn't see anything conclusive. In fact, Oda didn't draw Croc's reaction to the announcement Luffy was Dragon's son at all, so that's not evidence to me. What very well could be evidence is this cover art featuring Croc alongside the title A Woman's Secret, and the fact Crocodile, a gruff and put-together man, seems so determined to keep his secret hidden to the point where he docilely does what Iva asks in Impel Down. What kind of Revolutionary Army secret would cause him to act like that. He used to be a part of the Revolutionary Army. That wouldn't be anything scandalous at all. I'm getting the vibe it's something personal. Maybe he entrusted a kid to the Revolutionary Army at some point. It doesn't necessarily have to be Luffy. Here's the thing though, if it's not relevant, why leave this random plot thread dangling at all, right? In the end, I'm not married to the idea Croc is Luffy's mom, but it is a great theory that wraps up a lot of details in a satisfying way. And if Oda decides to reveal Croc's secret and it's not that, it had better be something just as satisfying. And if it's not something just as satisfying, then he'd do well to leave it a mystery. Moving on to my favorite aspect of Croc, though, his trust issues. He's always going on about never trusting anyone, trust being overrated, all this BS. But, he's pretty much always surrounded by people. In Alabasta, he had his agents, and even after he got locked up and no longer held power over them, they came to break him out of jail. He's always had Mr. One Dazbones by his side, and in Impel Down, he worked pretty great with everyone else. Recently, he even invited Mihawk for a play date, and the infamous loner agreed. It feels like he does want to be around people and trust them, right? He's pretty good with people, all things considering, and the dudes he surrounds himself with seem to trust him quite a bit, even if that trust is a form of respect for his powers. All I want from Croc is a little bit of character development on this front. It can be real tiny, real subtle, like Croc allowing Mihawk to cover his back in a fight, even for a moment. Since Mihawk is likely more powerful than him, trusting Mihawk means letting go of his power security blanket. That would be enough for me. Just something to show he's working on opening up to people, even if it doesn't happen right away. But if we could go a little further, a little step more, I think Croc and Mihawk would make a great permanent team. A dual captain pirate crew is a concept that I'd love to see for a strong crew in the series, and the two of them would be perfect for it. They are so different, yet get along pretty great. Watching their interactions with Buggy, where they sit on the couch next to each other, there's simply no way to phrase it except Mihawk and Croc have chemistry. Not necessarily romantic chemistry, but it just feels right. The room feels comfortable. They're on a similar wavelength. Now, I don't know if Oda intends to return Mihawk to Shanks or do something else with his character, and Croc's partner doesn't have to be Mihawk, but hey, if it's not broken, don't fix it. And maybe if Croc enjoys bullying Buggy too much, he can make him stay by saying you don't have enough to pay the loan plus interest. Though after a while I did start feeling bad for Buggy, so I don't want to see him being bullied forever. A little bit's fine though. Big Mom / Kaido. There's no way they're dead. But maybe they can retire because I want to see what Katakuri and Yamato can do with their crews. Luffy promised Katakuri he'd come back and take out Big Mom one day, but maybe her defeat in Wano counts as that. Kaido is pretty much deposed. I don't see him really leading the Animal Kingdom pirates again after this. Also, why were they called Animal Kingdom pirates? Because I can't even say that without thinking of animal cracker snacks, and that really took a hit out of the fear factor of Wano for me. Anyways, if this counts as them being defeated, maybe we'll get the Sweets people and Beast dudes fighting on our side in the war against the world government, led by Katakuri and Yamato. That could be really cool. Some of the top brass of those two crews had rad powers. Arouge, our last worst gen member to spend time with. I'm gonna guess he'll join us in the quest to find Burnscar, since it's one of the last steps before the finale. From the little details Oda had shared, it's likely the man was just visiting brothels, but hopefully he's satisfied enough now to give us some time of day. This bizarre panel where Arouge was being accosted by a creepy witch-looking lady who talked about umbrellas, that was hundreds of chapters ago at this point. Will we ever get an explanation for what that was? Hopefully. The other hint we have for him is Brule told us he beat one of Big Mom's generals, and Cracker was sent to crush him. Cracker is back on Whole Cake when the Straw Hats get there, but no way Arouge is dead. So I wonder if the monk or someone on his crew has hypnosis powers. Cracker wouldn't give up and return without finishing a job Mama ordered him to carry out, right? So somehow Cracker came back, but Arouge survived. Perhaps illusion or sensory fooling powers. Aside from that, Arouge may not be mentally stable, as indicated by his nickname Mad Monk, but even if he's an antagonist, I'm just ready to meet him at this point and see him fight. Hopefully he has a cool fighting style. Dragon. As an ex-military member, Dragon saw the way injustice was perpetuated by the world government and moved to actively oppose it by creating the Revolutionary Army. Aside from his deadbeat behavior toward Luffy, which, as long as no Hunter x Hunter type stuff happens, I won't resent him too much for it, since he did come in clutch at Logtown. Aside from that, Dragon seems to be a good dude. One detail I noticed was the contrast between one of Shanks' subordinates, Ben Beckman, pouring a drink for Shanks in chapter 1054 versus Dragon being the one pouring the drinks for his subordinates in chapter 1083. Beckman pouring for Shanks instantly conveys respect between first mate and captain, but Dragon pouring for Sabo and likely Iva before even himself conveys an entirely different feeling. Perhaps fatherly affection, perhaps a down-to-earth proactive kindness. From the scenes with the revolutionaries recently, I'm getting a different vibe than the usual crew captain affair. The organization almost feels looser with ranks, and it's nice. They're the underdogs, but a sense of hope permeates everything they do, and I'm crossing my fingers all of them make it through the war to see the world they struggled to free. Akainu. Chaining Akainu to a desk was such a smart writing decision, as it punishes the man for his actions without needing Luffy to do it. It feels like the world itself is delivering retribution for Ace, and that's perfect. When he watches Kuma run toward Bonnie and says, "Where would you go? A mere puppet with no mind or will left," to the air. It just feels like Akainu's projecting, talking about himself. If even a loyal dog like him is thinking that, the Navy is just wearing through these people in a clearly unsustainable way. How many members have we seen become disillusioned and burnt out over the course of the series? Garp, Sengoku, Dragon, Kuzan, Fujitora, Smoker, and even Kizaru recently. The world government is a mess at this point, and even without the coming storm, how much longer could it have reasonably lasted? Kizaru. Speaking of Kizaru, Egghead is doing wonders for his likability, especially after the implications he's the one who got Luffy some food, retrieving it under the nose of one of his 5 satanic bosses. The backstory with Vegapunk and Bonnie and Sentomaru made me feel things, and it contextualizes his form of justice as well. Back a while ago in an SBS, Oda described Kizaru's justice as uncertain justice, and Egghead is the first real time we see that uncertainty, which he's great at masking. Not sure why, but I have a soft spot for the dude. Maybe it's because his color is yellow, and I love how cheery yellow color palettes are. But been getting some vibes he might be on the chopping block though, so hopefully he'll make it to the end of the series. Kuzan. And the last of our original 3 admirals, Kuzan. This man, he is my favorite of the 3. Only partially because his morality reminds me a lot of another favorite character of mine, Safalin from Your Turn to Die, who is a member of the bad guys, quotes, in service of her ideals, despite not being a bad person as well. Kuzan's justice was described as lazy justice, and both of them have a proactive, inactive mindset toward change in the world. They hold themselves to high moral codes and have an ideal world they'd like to see, but to reach that world, they don't hesitate to get their own hands dirty in a behind-the-scenes, long game sort of way, which involves doing unsavory things in the short term. They both also exude this feeling of tired Weltschmerz or world weariness, which can come across as apathetic despite being the opposite. They're burnt out because they cared too much. After leaving the Navy, Kuzan made up his mind about his values and joined up with Blackbeard in an interesting turn of events. I'm not sure if he's directly feeding information to the Navy, but I will say this, the man is in danger. Blackbeard would not hesitate to off him if it helped him reach his goal even by a millimeter, and this is some dangerous fire Kuzan's messing with. It doesn't seem Blackbeard needs another Logia fruit power, but who knows what the man's scheming by inviting Kuzan along. Speed round. Green Bull, don't care enough to remember his name. What was his whole deal with not eating, though? Fujitora. There is no way they're not firing him, right? After what he pulled in Marijua? He's the best, though. Can't wait to see some giant black holes on the battleground. Kobe. He is the one character I hope doesn't fulfill his dreams. He better not bring Luffy in at the end of the series. He could, however, start some new reformed branch of the military after the war. I've seen that theory floating around, and it's pretty good. Garp, predicting he'll have an epic moment of glory during the final war before kicking it, because those death flags recently have been strong. Smoker. This man hasn't had a win in... when was his last win? Smoker's great, and he deserves more screen time, though. Hopefully he can secure one W in a fight against one of Blackbeard's captains before the end of the series. Doflamingo. Do not free the awful Birdman onto the world again. I'm still burnt out over him after Dressrosa, but he is still interesting. Maybe he can get a couple more jail cell speeches as a treat. Stussy. Not sure what's up with her vampire modifications because she does seem human. Also not sure where she'll fit into the story going forward, but she's cool, so I hope we get to see more of her. Moria. This side plot of Perona freeing Moria has me curious about its payoff. For what reason does Oda want Moria when he could just use a seraphim of him if it's his powers he wants to use as a plot point? I can't see where Perona and Moria will fit into the story, but we'll certainly see the two of them again before the series ends. Lucci, parentheses, Lafitte. I'll put some screenshots up so you can read the original context. The Reddit page is linked below, but the Lafitte is Hattori, the pigeon, theory melted my brain, and it fits perfectly. Reading One Piece theories is so dangerous because some fans have PhDs on the series, I swear. They can convince you of insane concepts and make it sound unshakably canon, but yeah, this one feels like it'll be true. Basically, it's the idea Lafitte, Blackbeard's hypnosis dude, has a pigeon zone fruit, and he can split his body into a flock of pigeons, just like Revolutionary Army Captain Karasu can do with his Blackbird zone. In chapter 1083, Karasu splits into a bunch of blackbirds, and one of them speaks away from the main body, and the words it says are circled by a double-layered speech bubble, just like the ones surrounding Hattori's dialogue back when we first met Rob Lucci in Water 7. The mystery of why Lucci, a man who's later shown to be extremely bloodthirsty and serious, would jokingly perform a ventriloquist act and then never talk through Hattori again is a detail that's always bothered me. Playing around with a puppet just doesn't seem in character with the person Lucci is later revealed to be, a boy who's been cold and ruthless enough to kill innocent hostages even as a kid. And if Hattori himself can talk like a parrot and has his own personality, why has he never spoken since? I was ready to let this go, but the theory Lafitte is hypnotizing Lucci through Hattori, a piece of himself essentially, to leech intel from the world government is a great theory that ties up a bunch of loose ends. First, it explains why the Blackbeard pirates are always in the right place at the right time, since Lucci is pretty high up in CP0 and has access to a lot of classified information. Second, it explains why Lucci and CP9 were promoted despite their massive failure at Enies Lobby by having a strategist and hypnotist constantly by Lucci's side. Third, it explains why Lafitte was given that bizarre introduction in chapter 234, a chapter titled Please Remember, and made him seem important. There's another theory that Lafitte was a member of the Rocks Pirates and is pulling the strings behind Blackbeard's entire organization, but I prefer the pigeon one because it's more down to earth and maintains Blackbeard's individual agency. Could Lafitte have been a member of the Rocks' crew? Sure, but we don't need another grooming backstory with him and Blackbeard as a kid. Just let him be an intel gathering weird sneaky guy. As I said in the Skypiea arc notes, hypnosis is a plot device power, and I'm sure Oda will make use of Lafitte in the finale. The Hattori theory sounds so right to me because Lafitte was introduced early on, along with all the details needed to make a reasonable guess about him. Lafitte showing up somehow in Marie-Joie, Hattori's appearance in Water 7, and Lucci's contrasting characterization after Hattori stops speaking. Since One Piece was originally supposed to run for 5 years, a mystery hinted early on should have all the clues in earlier chapters as well. Perhaps this bigger hypnosis-related mystery is why Oda was so adamant about Miss Goldenweek's power of suggestion not being a devil fruit power, showing hypnosis is possible without a fruit power. But the detail that truly sold me was Luffy's reaction to Hattori. When Luffy talks about Hattori in chapter 327, he specifically states Hattori and Lucci are 2 different people. He tells Polly the person who made fun of him was Hattori, not Lucci. Whenever I'm confused in One Piece, it's always a safe bet to follow Luffy's lead, and here the captain is outright stating Hattori and Lucci are 2 different entities. Later, Hattori almost slies and says he's Lucci, but he catches himself and introduces himself as Hattori. Nami reads this as Lucci doing ventriloquism, and Usopp and Luffy play along, laughing as if convinced, but I don't believe it's ventriloquism. Luffy's first reads of people are seldom wrong, and having the scene so soon after Blackbeard, another instance where Luffy immediately catches a difference between 2 people pretending to be one, drives it home for me. As Blackbeard captains are landing on Egghead, if they seem to know more information about what's been happening on the island than they should right off the bat, keep this theory in mind, as it helps explain that since Lucci and by proxy Hattori have been hanging around. Weevil, parentheses, Marco. And last but surprisingly not least, after Marineford, we were introduced to this new character named Weevil, whose mother claimed he was Whitebeard's biological son. Although he has the iconic mustache and blonde hair, his build and facial structure are quite different, leaving a lot of fans confused if Miss Buckingham's claim was true. Oda played into this confusion by cheekily admitting he wanted it to be a mystery if she was telling the truth. Recently, the issue has come up again, with Buckingham declaring Vegapunk would be able to tell Weevil is related to Whitebeard. But here's the question, right? Why? Why does this matter? For what reason is this plot point continually brought up? I doubt it's for a message of blood is not everything, because we've known that forever. None of Whitebeard's sons were blood related to him, but that didn't make them any less of a family. That point was driven home perfectly during Marineford, so we don't need Weevil running amok to see the opposite, that just because he is related, he doesn't get an automatic pass to be considered family if he does awful things. Though Miss Buckingham and Whitebeard seem to have been close, at least physically, in the Roxas flashback where she's riding on his back casually for fun, I doubt Weevil is Whitebeard's biological son. Recently, in chapter 1073, after Weevil helped protect Whitebeard's island Sphinx from Marines and Green Bull took him prisoner, Miss Buckingham asks Marco to help save him. Seeing this, and seeing Weevil being characterized as a pretty good dude, let me propose a possible payoff for this plot thread. Instead of being Whitebeard's son, Weevil is Whitebeard's clone. Over 20 years ago, Miss Buckingham was a member of MADS, Vegapunk's mad scientist group, who are characterized by producing Stussy, a young Buckingham clone introduced as the group's first successful clone. Successful, huh? Well, what do the failures look like then? What if Weevil was one of those failed clones. He's got some of Whitebeard's traits, but doesn't quite look exactly like the man. The stitches also give a science project vibe, and he looks roughly 20 plus years old. Perhaps this is why Miss Buckingham is so confident Vegapunk can prove Whitebeard and Weevil are related. Obviously, Weevil would pass a paternity test if his DNA is the exact same match as Whitebeard's and contains a copy of his genetic markers. The only thing is, wouldn't Vegapunk realize Weevil's a clone and not a son? Maybe she was just bluffing anyways to get Marco to say Weevil first and ask questions later. I think it's going to work. Even if Marco doesn't care if Weevil is Whitebeard's biological son, he owes Weevil one for protecting Sphinx, so he's probably going to go save him from the Navy. And that'll play into Marco's fate in the final battle. Marco should die. The most iconic power of his mythical creature, the Phoenix, is its ability to rise from the ashes, rebirth, and everyone wants to see it. Come on, Oda, show us the baby bird. Marco dying in a final blaze of glory during the war would be amazing. We definitely get a beautiful fire show before. The emotions would be high. We could grieve for the Marco we knew, and then at the end there would be hope in the form of a newly reborn child. Classically, phoenixes are reborn as eggs or chicks, oftentimes with no memories of their former lives, and must grow up all over again as essentially a new person. So we get all the stakes and emotions of losing Marco, but come away with hope of the new Marco growing up into someone fantastic again. We can add to this impact further by tying in Weevil as Marco's new caretaker. Where Marco helped Weevil out by rescuing him from the Navy, Weevil can help Marco out by taking care of him, keeping him safe, and helping raise him after the war. He'd be able to break the cycle of abusive parenting Miss Buckingham put him through by treating Marco with care, and Marco would be able to live another life with Whitebeard as his dad. I'll cry so hard if that happens. God, I hope it does. Moving into the final saga, here is a possible timeline of events. 1. The finale of Egghead. 2. Elbaf. 3. Versus Burnscar. 4. Versus Shanks. 5. Lodestar/Laugh-Tale. 6. War versus the world government. 7. The realization of Luffy's dream/the finale. Those events aren't necessarily in order, and some fights will probably be integrated with some arcs, but that's my rough approximation of the major notes we need to hit still before the series ends. I'll go through some rough event predictions for each major note, and then we'll wrap up with a question speed round. First, Egghead. Going into the finale of Egghead, there are 3 plot points I think could come into play. 1. Light pressure gloves. In our introduction to Atlas, one of the first scenes on the island, the satellite reveals touching holograms while wearing light pressure gloves makes the illusion feel real. Instantly, I was on guard, noting which characters had light pressure gloves as part of their outfits. It's possible Luffy, Robin, Zoro, Usopp, Brook, Bonnie, or other characters wearing gloves could be tricked by a tactile illusion in upcoming chapters. Keep this one in your mind because there's a theory both Blackbeard's manipulative captains, Lafitte and Davon, are landing on Egghead soon. 2. Blackbeard's crew's presence on the island. Since Blackbeard himself was a rolling law on Winter Island, and some of his captains were dealing with events on Fullaled, there are only so many unaccounted for members who could land on Egghead. Also, perhaps the crewmates are already on the island masquerading as other characters, or perhaps for pacing reasons, the crew will escape just before they land, and the conflict will happen on a future island like Elbaf instead. 3. Kuma's self-destruct function. Because the narrator foreshadowed something massive happening at the end of Egghead, my 2 guesses are 1. Saturn dies, or 2. The entire island blows up. Kuma's self-destruct program would certainly cover at least one of those. Additionally, Kuma's probably not going to make it off the island since his death has been foreshadowed since Thriller Bark. Egghead feels like his last stand, and now we're just waiting for a satisfying conclusion to his story, which would absolutely be if in the end he guaranteed Bonnie's escape by taking out Saturn or at least delaying him. It'd be so satisfying if that demonic POS is taken out because of his own cruelty in insisting a self-destruct button be installed in the first place. Elbaf. Gotta be honest, I don't know what major plot point is going to happen on Elbaf. After looking forward to it for so long, I'm lost. Right now, Elbaf is the closest island after Egghead, and since the crew hasn't been on Egghead long enough for the log post to reset, Nami notes they only have one stable needle pointing to Elbaf from back when the log post calibrated on Wano. So it's a pretty safe bet we're headed to the Island of the Giants next. And I'd say finally, except for the fact Shanks seems to be leaving. In chapter 1079, before Whooping Kid, the Red Fleet asks if he's leaving already, and he replies, "It was only supposed to be a pit stop. Instead, I stuck around long enough for a big shot to show up." Not sure if he's changed his mind after Wrecking Kid, but if he hadn't said he was leaving, I'd have thought Elbaf would be the perfect place for Shanks and Luffy to reunite. It's got the O'Hara texts, it's probably got Saul, it's got Dorian Broggy, our old friends from way back. The entire island feels super cozy, and it seems the ideal setting for a friendly Davy Back fight with the entire Red Fleet there and a bunch of giants to spectate. The reunion could still happen, but now it somehow feels unlikely. Maybe Oda's saving the reunion for Lodestar? Perhaps the final island? Even without Shanks, I'm sure it'll be a good time on Elbaf. Robin will probably learn a lot. Hopefully Usopp gets his heroic moment. And here's where I propose we drop off Bonnie and any surviving Vegapunk parts, perhaps the Stella, perhaps the satellites, depending on who survives Egghead. And I propose we pick up Kid's wet, pathetic body out of the ocean, wring him out, and bring him along with us on the next major adventure. We've also gotten hints about the giant Prince Loki being down to get married, and I wonder if he'll end up marrying Shirahoshi by the end of the series. People are always proposing to her, and she keeps turning them down by saying they're not her type. But what if it's just because they're too small? I don't know. Loki x Shirahoshi sounds kinda cute. We'll judge if he's good enough for her when we meet him. Versus Burn Scar. After brushing up on knowledge on Elbaf with the recovered O'Hara literature, we'll probably be on our way to find the last road poneglyph. Apparently this poneglyph is in the possession of a man marked by flames. Lafitte says the legend rides an all-black ship that swallows nearby vessels with vortexes, and Shiryu guesses he's got an affiliation with the government, which explains why the poneglyph hasn't been found yet. People hate the theory Burnscar is dragon, but honestly, it's not a bad theory. No need to get caught up in semantics about dragons' face markings being a tattoo and not a scar. It could just look like a burn scar since it's red and does vaguely resemble a brand or flame sigil. Also, he used to be a government man, which could explain why he found out about the poneglyph in the first place, and he was friends with Kuma, who could have helped him move the massive stone to somewhere safe with the pawpaw fruit at some point in the past. Lastly, at the end of Wano, Kid and Law seem to know about Burnscar, but Luffy asks, Burnscar? What do you mean? And Law pulls this brooding, shadowy reaction, which definitely gave me pause. He seems to know more that he's not letting on, and it's weird he reacted so seriously when Kid's over there gloating about having a lead on Luffy, and the three of them are well known for their competitive streak. Shouldn't Law's reaction be along the lines of a quiet smirk instead? Well, if Dragon is Burnscar, maybe Law was reacting to the realization Luffy doesn't know people will be after his dad or something. Regardless, it's a mystery how Law found out this information at all, since we never see it talked about before the end of Wano. I'd have guessed Robin told him, but she seems clueless about it as well. Personally, though, I hope Burnscar is a new character. Perhaps one of the prisoners from level 6 who broke out during the war and was never accounted for, or just a legendary figure who's been skilled enough to evade capture for decades. There are a couple things I'd like to see before the series wraps, and I can incorporate most of them into the Burnscar quest if he's a new character. 1. Eye patch. We've gotten Peg Leg with Zeph, Hook Hand with Croc, Parrot with Lucci, and Iconic Hat with Blackbeard. Eye patch is the one major character design trait I'm looking forward to, so maybe Burnscar could have an eye patch where his eye was burned off. 2. Ghost Ship. We had Thriller Bark, but that ship was so big it stopped feeling like a ship and it just felt like an island, which loses some of the charm of the iconic image of a tattered ship rising out of the ocean like a specter. Since souls and devil fruit powers and fantasy racial traits exist, maybe Burnscar's evaded capture / detection for so long since he has ghost-like traits, or he can phase out of existence and reappear, or he can sink his ship under the waves temporarily, hiding it in the ocean itself. Regardless, his powers have the potential to be super cool and scary if played right. 3. Ship battle. Have we had a major fight between two crews on their ships in the ocean in the traditional way yet? I'm talking cannonballs, swinging on ropes, boarding, all that. As Burnscar has only been characterized by his black ship, perhaps this is our chance to have an epic battle at sea. He may not ever drop anchor to give the chance of a battle on land, so maybe we could get some fresh combat and shenanigans because Luffy would definitely fall into the ocean at least once as a joke if he were limited space-wise during a battle. During this endeavor, Blackbeard's captains will definitely interfere, which could be fun, and also we could run into Arouge, the final worst gen member, and our traveling buddies would be Kid, who'd have his little character development moments, and maybe Vivi too. Katarina Davon could show up, try her imposter trick, and we could get that Bon Clay Alabasta amplification moment, or Vivi could show up later in the next story beat instead. Versus Shanks. A 3-way Davy back fight between the Straw Hats, the red-haired pirates, and the Cross Guild sounds hilarious. Not sure where it would take place, maybe Lodestar, but it'd be great. We could have Zoro versus Mihawk, we could have Luffy versus Shanks, we could have Mihawk's backstory or a cute moment of the Cross Guild fighting but working together. And lastly, it could work as a plot device to juggle/trade some crew members. Maybe these Straw Hats can entrust Vivi to Shanks, knowing she'll be safe while they go somewhere dangerous. Or maybe it could be the other way around, and Shanks can pass Vivi over to them after having rescued her at some point off screen. A lighthearted yet epic battle sounds perfect as a breather before we get into heavier upcoming conflicts where characters might start dying off. Lodestar/Laugh Tale. About the One Piece, there are 3 theories I quite like. First, the sake theory, which basically sums up to the real treasure is the friends we made along the way, and defines the treasure as a symbolic way to connect people through a drink of sake. That one's cool, though Luffy doesn't drink, so it's probably not realistic. The second theory, that the One Piece is a comic about Nika, is amazing, but also extremely cheesy. The evidence basically amounts to the fact Roger seems to be holding a piece of paper in the Laugh Tale flashback at one point. I wouldn't mind this theory, but if it's a comic, it's gotta be a comic carved into a giant slab of stone poneglyph style. So the panel of Roger holding something isn't really evidence to me. The recent emphasis on Big News Morgan does sway me a bit though, because newspapers are known for their comic strips, and he could spread chaos by printing the Nika comic and distributing it around the world as hype for the upcoming war. Lastly, perhaps my favorite One Piece theory is the theory Laugh Tale, the island, is an iceberg, or homing point, or a compass or something for the lost ancient kingdom. Perhaps the kingdom is underwater, and the sea kings or tides can raise it to the surface when the time is right. Perhaps the kingdom was raised out of the planet and became a moon. Regardless, this idea of the final treasure being essentially the entire lost city of Atlantis is so grand and magical, especially since we have precedent for technology on moons, at least the one Enru went to, and the ancient kingdom was the world government's original adversary. How cool would it be if Luffy and co rode into the war on it? It'd almost be like an inheritance of the will of the ancient kingdom itself to use its technology or materials to finally defeat its ancient enemy, the world government. Perhaps we won't get a giant island mech, since we already have 3 ancient weapons, which splits evenly into 1 ancient weapon for each of the 3 major parties, the Straw Hats, the World Gov, and Blackbeard's fleet. But come on, a moon-sized battleship? For coolness alone, 10 out of 10 theory. Regardless of the actual treasure though, Laugh Tale for sure contains a poneglyph detailing the events of the Void Century, which may even be more important for the upcoming conflict, highly anticipating the backstory and learning more about the ancient kingdom, which may be called the Kingdom of One Piece, P-E-A-C-E, according to theories, which is also so cheesy, but kind of compelling due to the series' history with renaming things with context. For example, Raftel to Laugh Tale, etc. VS the world government. With the world government helming the Uranos, which seems to be sucking up chunks of land to increase sea levels, not sure how that's working yet, and the Straw Hats fast friends with the Poseidon. Hopefully Blackbeard gets his hands on the Pluton to somehow balance things out. Not sure how he'd do that, but maybe with Caribou's intelligence on the Poseidon and the Pluton, he can pull some blackmail kidnapping of Shirahoshi and have them trade the Pluton for her, or something along those lines. A giant battleship seems his speed, and we need Shirahoshi to break down the Red Line, the symbolic separator of the oceans, by commanding the Sea Kings, so Blackbeard certainly can't have her. With each power having 1 ancient weapon and gathering their fleets and forces, This war is going to be amazing. I've seen some arguments for a second time skip, and if there is one, it should be here, after the Straw Hats make it to Laugh Tale and Luffy becomes king of the pirates. A couple month-long time skip could be used to explain parties traveling long distances to participate in the fight, set up events, etc. We could even use that time to go to the moon, though maybe that would be irresponsible. I still just want to have a moon adventure. Time skip's optional, though. We don't really need one. And the war itself will be such a cool clash of parties on an epic scale, bigger than Marineford. Oh, I'm practically salivating just imagining the fights and how cool they'll look animated. The war arc is where we get Zoro versus Tashiki, Luffy versus Blackbeard, Zoro versus Shiryu, the Holy Knights versus the Revolutionary Army, the devastating effects of the ancient weapons, a bunch of Devil Fruit awakenings, characters dying in dramatic scenes, the Kuzan payoff, the Lafitte payoff, maybe even Zunisha stepping up onto the battlefield. The war could be where Luffy confronts Emu, takes Joy Boy's straw hat, and becomes a giant, just like his ancestor. And over an epic clash of ideals boiling under the surface for 800 years, Doflamingo could give one final keynote speech about the world and history to bring Marineford nostalgia full circle. About the Seraphim, the world government definitely needs them because their opponents are stacked at this point, but I wonder if the Seraphim have personalities like Stussy and Frankie, or if they're soulless like the Kuma Pacifista. Because the Boa Seraphim was definitely showing emotions at an elementary kid level. Since they're young, perhaps they do have the capacity to feel emotions and they just haven't had the chance to learn about them fully yet. The reason this may be relevant is we've only met 4 Pacifista. There are, at minimum, 2 to 3 more, and depending on how fast they grow, the sea power bubbles may not be strong enough to nullify them. Anyways, let me present a list of characters with death flags. Garp, Rayleigh, Blackbeard, Shanks, Kuzan, Kizaru, Marco, the 5 Elders, and Emu. At minimum, 3 of these characters better die by the end of the war. Ideally, more. Oda loves to hold on to his pieces, but this will be the epic climax, and it'd really benefit from having some long-lasting consequences, so he better not pull his punches. No more Kinemon moments. And lastly, the finale. Luffy's dream is to party with everyone in the world. It's just gotta be. It's gotta be. That just feels so right. After the war, I predict a couple chapters, maybe a post-war arc, following rebuilding, characters healing, fishmen marveling at finally being able to see the sun, people traveling and meeting each other and connecting after reclaiming the 700-year bridge from the celestial dragons, visiting graves, Kobe and Sword reforming a branch of the Navy, CP0 retiring back to Water 7, which has gained the ability to float, Makino's kid growing up, Sabo writing the book he always wanted to, all this good stuff. I just keep coming back to this idea the final chapter will be the most fun. The final chapter has to be the party. What would be more fun than that? Sending off the series with an entire chapter that's just party spreads sounds amazing. I can already tell I'll be bawling my eyes out when the series ends, even if I'm like 30, 35 when that happens. It's gonna be a tear fest. Hopefully everything goes smoothly on Oda's end and the final saga has good pacing and payoff and wraps up plot points in a satisfying way. It doesn't have to play out how I hypothesized just now. As long as it's satisfying, that's all I ask. Question speed round. I'll toss out the final lingering mysteries I don't have solid answers for yet, and then shoot 1 or 2 guesses at each of them. What is the will of D? What does D stand for? Dynamic. Those with the will of D have the ability to change the world for the better or for the worse. People like Rox and Blackbeard move the world toward darkness, and people like Roger and Luffy move the world toward the dawn. I also fully believe that D isn't passed down exclusively through blood. It can probably be bestowed and taken up like a mantle. What did the world look like 900 years ago? Somehow I'm convinced there used to be more land and less sea. As the Uranus punches holes in the earth, seemingly sucking up land and causing sea levels to rise, perhaps in the past there were larger land masses, and all we see today is the highest points of those past continents. The red line as well, if it existed 900 years ago and wasn't man-made, also probably used to be fertile and lush with life and lunarians. Also, megafauna. Dinosaurs. Why did Kaido say only Haki can transcend all? I think Kaido was referring to willpower. Since Haki seems to be essentially manifested will, I got the vibe he's saying no one needs a devil fruit power to be the strongest. What's more important is your will. What was Zunisha's crime 800 years ago? Maybe something along the lines of failing to protect Shirahoshi's ancestor, essentially letting the Poseidon get killed, meaning the ancient kingdom lost a massive amount of willpower during the Void Century. I think his punishment is also greatly in part self-inflicted. Whose wedding did Shanks attend? The common theory seems to be Lucky Roo. My question is, if it's not plot relevant, why is Oda gatekeeping wedding pictures from us? I want to see Roo in a bow tie if he got hitched. Why doesn't night fall over Eni's lobby? Perhaps it's symbolic of the idea the ancient weapons disrupt the natural order. What's more natural than the rise and fall of the sun? Due to the unnatural blight of the ancient weapon Uranus, the spot fired upon long ago is still reeling from its effects to this day, similar to how nuclear radiation poisons land after it's contaminated. Who are these 2 mystery members of Rox's crew? Maybe one's burn scar, the one with one eye obscured. Perhaps he has an eye patch, perhaps he has a burn scar on that side of his face, and perhaps the other is Lafitte, since they wear similar hats. Who is the narrator of Luffy's story / the series? Probably Usopp or Sabo. At this point, I'm leaning a little bit toward Sabo, but Usopp is a fan favorite theory as well. And with that, we've reached the end of the video. This script is nearly 60 pages long, so hopefully sectioning it made it more understandable. I will leave more detailed timestamps in a pinned comment below if you would like to look at those. I did cut out a bunch of rambling, so if there are any details / theories you'd like to talk about more, definitely drop them in the comments and we can chat. Aside from that, the anime adaptation for Egghead started. I've been following it, and it looks great so far. The animation for the new opening is lovely too, especially the shots of baby Sentomaru and Luffy's clothes cycling through his outfits from the entire series. I'm gonna go now and drink some water and maybe have some tea with honey since my throat is absolutely wrecked after reading this. But thank you for watching and good night.